Welcome to Crimson Guitars, welcome to my home studio, and welcome to a live stream build where I am finishing up. This is day 3 of what I thought would be a one-day build. Terry, you're absolutely right. I've got Tanya in the background, Mrs. Bun. I don't want to perpetuate that. Do you want me to perpetuate that?
Fine.
Bun and Mrs. Bun. We should start a bakery. We should start a bakery.
No, we shouldn't.
Oh, hell yeah. Anyway, so Tanya is on the computer, and I've obviously just referenced a super chat that's already come through from Terry. Do you want to read that out?
Okay, Terry super chat. Serious comment. Live build streams is a much better name. If Tanya, Talitha, or Tom, the 3 T's, catch Ben saying one day build, they should give his arse 6 of the best with a truss rod.
I mean, there are friendlier things than a truss rod. Truss rods are steel or iron at the very least, and would hurt rather a lot. I think one of the best would be more than enough. I am never going to use the word one day build again, unless it is in the past, in the future, looking back at a build in which I've managed to surprise you guys by doing in one day. Anyway, it is what it is. So at this stage, we've taken the live streams off of the main Crimson Guitars channel. There are far too many people who are not interested in watching the live streams, and all they want to do is watch an edited video, and keeping them separate keeps them interested. It also means that we will be able to live stream a build and then edit it, and it'll be new to those people who aren't interested. You guys, you're all interested, and that's I really appreciate your support. Now this guitar, this baritone guitar, is being built in aid of the British Red Cross DEC Ukraine appeal. That is a bit of a mouthful. With the instrument being raffled off, and all of the after the fees that unfortunately are necessary when running international raffles, after the 10% fees have been taken out, all that money is going to be going to the British Red Cross, and specifically this appeal. On top of that, all super chat revenue after YouTube's fees will also be going that way. And we are, in fact, I've currently lost track of where we sit. Super chat revenue is somewhere around about 3,000 plus. And Tanya, where is the raffle sitting at?
Yes, hold on, I'll go to that.
It's a lot.
It's at, just refresh, so we're most up to date, £13,202.50.
This is absolutely mind-blowing. Now, I am aware that we're on the side channel. The side channel. This isn't my real YouTube channel. This is my side channel. And there are going to be far fewer people watching today. And I am also aware that the people who are watching have already donated. Please do not feel like you have to. In fact, Terry, I'm talking to you. We really appreciate everything that you've donated, but don't go crazy today. But yeah, it is what it is. And we've got a few people who've joined as YouTube members on top of that.
Yeah, we've got 3 members on there joined today.
3 new members. Names?
Matt Lang, Mark Jennings, and Daniel Marquez.
I know all 3 of them. I know one of them personally, but thank you very much. And that sort of stuff really is one of the ways that we keep the channel going and the channels going. Now, for example, doing live streams on the Extras channel means far fewer people are going to watch, you know that. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter. It's all, every little bit helps. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, on a total side note, I am currently absolutely wiped out. I've been. I thought this week was going to be a chilled out week, and it turns out to absolutely not have been. We have a potential TV show thing happening, and we had put the rebuilding of Crimson HQ on hold so we could catch up with orders. and we now need to finish that. So this weekend we've got a bunch of volunteers coming down, and if you're local, give us a shout, to help paint and tile and put floors down and organise, and we've got a graffiti artist coming, or an artist actually, forget graffiti. And sorry, graffiti is only part of what he does, let's put it that way. On top of that, I thought, relaxing week, I'll take a weekend off and a few days in the week and build the extension to the workshop that I've been talking about for months. So yeah, this may well end up being a slightly shorter than it has been. That camera was not on by that. Build, because I'm broken, and here, just for fun, is part of, well, where I currently sit. And I tell you, lugging all of that down the garden was not fun. At heart, I am actually really lazy. Anyway, now, after that, what was that? Oh, I've been talking for like 6 or 7 minutes, my gosh. Fine. To the guitar. Baritone. Semi-hollow. We've got a flamed redwood top, a flamed torrified sycamore body and neck, a flamed ebony fretboard, and the inlay that took the entire last live stream, which was an absolute nightmare, and I'm afraid really boring, is now done. So we ended last time with me having a little bit more to remove. I've done that. The headstock inlay is there. So today what I'm hoping to do is finalize the carving of the neck, the dimensionality of all of that. I need to route pickups and neck position, and I need to add finish. I am not necessarily going to actually finish the instrument today, and if I do, I'm going to be moving on to other live streams, and I will film as a video to go live on one of the channels, the setup, maybe the level crown and polish, and wiring and setup to go in a video on maybe the main channel. We'll see. But I am very aware that the last 2 builds I've taken that were supposed to take not very much time at all have knocked everything else months back. I've got guitars piling up in here that need short work done, and I've got projects that I've been promising. The next live streams are going to be basses. So anyway, Tanya, how many people do we have watching?
We're
just out of interest.
171.
Okay, so that is more than the average thing on this extras channel. Please share and tell your friends and all of that, and we'll go from there. And I apologise for the helicopters. We are not a million miles away from, what is that place called in Yeovil where they make helicopters?
They've just changed its name, haven't
Yeah,
they?
it used to be called Westlands. It's some Leonardo helicopters or something like that. And I think they come over, and they seem to be doing a lot more of it at the moment. Either that, or they're just interested in my shed build. We'll see. I also have the windows open. Now, on with the neck for now. I can't route any pockets until I've got the dimensions of the heel sorted. So let's go. I'm going to tidy up. Do you have any questions, comments, etc.?
Yeah, so there's a super chat here from Mark Jennings. He says,
Mark.
shut up and take my money.
Are you rebelling against me telling you not to spend money if you don't want to? Thank you, Mark. You are a good man. I don't know where to put this guitar. Off camera. Everything is all over the place right now. I haven't tidied this workshop because I've been doing everything else. But what can I say? Now, initially, I've got a great big inlay, and I need to cut the slots through. Bear in mind Bear in mind that the FIMO is relatively soft. It's not soft, but it's relatively soft. I actually managed to rip one of the smaller sections of aluminium out of the inlay because as I was filing it, it just pulled out. Obviously re-glued and fine. So, yeah, is what it is.
There we go, we've got a new member, Franz Truter.
Franz Truter, hoe gaat het?
Bjorn has sent a super chat. He says, watching this while finishing my own first guitar. Thanks for the inspiration. One day, one of the finishing the guitar, obviously trust me. One day of one. Sorry, let me. I struggled with that one. One day of one of finishing the guitar, obviously trust me.
I'm a bad influence, aren't I? I honestly, as Tanya, as you started saying that, I thought that this person was saying that they were finishing their first one-day build, and it was actually being a one-day build, just to rub it in. That would have been hilarious. Okay, now, what I'm going to do is grab a ruler and then, I don't need the pencil actually, I just need a scalpel. I need to make that marking knife more accessible. Now, starting the cut with the scalpel blade, being careful not to run over and slice the tip off my thumb. That's giving something for the saw blade to follow. We are recording, it's all good. All good in the hood. Yeah, so that's my line there, it's full of super glue. Gently mark it out, visually check and see that it looks square and good, and it does. And there we go. Now I've masking taped a fret tang depth on there. Now the Crimson Guitars fret slotting saw cuts on the pull. Which gives us a finer blade, less tang, and more control. This also means that it doesn't like cutting through a solid chunk of straight wood, but it does love a radius. Now, a lot of you are wincing. I sharpen the saw on a regular basis. Oh, I forgot. You weren't focused. I didn't change the camera angle. Poop. I'm cutting through aluminium, and aluminium is relatively soft and isn't an issue. I can sharpen this, it's not difficult, it's just using a small triangular file, matching what is already on there, and I'm also not putting huge amounts of pressure on the saw. If you're forcing it, it's not going to work, but just gently abrading a top section, it's fine. The TPI is not that far off a hacksaw.
Should I do a few questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so another new member, Lance Stevens.
Lance Stevens, that's a name I don't know. Thank you very much.
There we go. And Terry Love has sent a super chat.
Terry.
He says, good. Don't rush build. Blues and finishes need time to cure. Don't skim quality.
I absolutely agree. I think, and thank you. I think that I think that the inlay, 7 or so hours of messing about with inlay last week was just the end. I've come to the conclusion that sanding really should be off camera, and wiring is not off camera, but off a live stream. Sanding definitely shouldn't. Long inlay work definitely shouldn't. There's live streams and there's videos, and I need to be able to tell the difference between the two, essentially. In the concept phase, damn it!
You good for a question?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Gareth Bailey is asking, would you recommend the scary sharpening system for gouges?
Ooh, no. No, absolutely not. Scary Sharp is difficult enough with flat tools. Okay, that required concentration. I've now got what I need to do. Scary Sharp is difficult enough with flat tools, and you sometimes tear through the paper. If you are using Scary Sharp for anything, use abrasives that are designed for that, please. 3M, of course, make the best, and it's PSA or adhesive-backed microfine abrasives. They're amazing. With gouges, the best bet literally is a slipstone and some sort of a water stones or ceramic stone, something like that, even a diamond stone. I've done various videos showing exactly how to do that, and look back, and then you use a bit of wood that you use the gouge to make the exact thing, the exact shape of that gouge, and a chrome polish that allows you to buff it up in that way. Very recent, this year, I've done a tutorial on that. Whether it actually ended up in a standalone video or not, I'm not sure. So I'm going down to the masking tape line. Now we do a depth stop at Crimson. There you go. This sits on the side of the tool. I just need to fit it. Focus. I just need to fit it and remember. It's one of the 14 million things that I've got in my mind. But anyhow.
Sandy Drosdick is asking your opinion on silky oak for a guitar body.
I built a guitar. We had April Wilkerson and Matt Cremona come down to visit us three years ago now, and during that time I built a guitar where the body was actually torrefied sycamore like on this guitar, and the top was silky oak. It was and is absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, I like it. It does have some softer grain in it. It's a little bit like working with spalted timber of sorts, but in reality, it's delicious. I say go for it. Okay. I need to double check my fretboard before I go much further. So, straight edge. See where we're at. A That's absolutely fine, no movement whatsoever. Now I don't want to, this is why I'm happy that it's fine, I don't want to sand the fretboard down any more than it currently is, because I love the look that the file marks has given the inlay. You can see, I think, what's going on there. I've got those marks going across the metal, and I love that. So I'm going to leave it.
Mark Jennings is asking, is it worth detanging the fret wire where it will go into those tiny aluminium pieces in the inlay so they don't get torn out at a refret?
Okay, yes, yes, potentially. Detanging just those parts would be fiddly. This is guitar building though, so hey. The thing is though, to be honest, if they get pulled out during a refret, it doesn't really matter because they are entirely, those points at least. Yes, good point. Detanging is an option. The other option is to go in with a 0.6mm Dremel bit, which is what I used to cut the inlay in the headstock, at least the other day, and just work the excess away like that. All a little bit dangerous. Which would I rather do? Probably the fret at this stage. Good point. Yeah. Okay. I am going to gently use an eraser, get rid of the pencil marks telling me where my frets were. My fret positions. My dot positions. My word, I can't talk anymore.
Okay, super chat from Sweet Tea Guitars.
Hey man.
It says, Ben, thank you for soothing the savage beast within. And then the question is, minimum length of a neck pocket bottom if I use a skinny tenon that protrudes to about the middle of the body. Can I get away with 2.5 inches?
Could you reread that, please?
Read that again? Okay. So it's asking, what is the minimum length of a neck pocket bottom if I use a skinny tenon that protrudes to about the middle of the body? Can I get away with 2.5 inches?
Well, so what confused me there was you say to about the middle of the body, which is already answering your question. Yes, absolutely. In the end, even that is going to be longer than a standard. Just think about what's standard on a guitar. A standard Strat or Tele, etc. You can absolutely even carve away part of that neck pocket and still have enough of a gluing surface, specifically with today's modern and incredible glues. So yeah, I think you would be absolutely fine with that. Now I'm going on to the fretwork just for fun, or at least installing the frets. Now the first thing to do to make sure that your frets go in absolutely smoothly and with utter perfection is to go along the top of each fret slot with a triangular file. And this opens up the slot, and it says that it directs the tang down and keeps it straight. So you've got the T that is the fret. If the tang slightly goes in at a slight angle, which it tends to want to do if you're not concentrating, then everything goes, it's not fun. It's absolutely not fun. We've all experienced it. So yeah, hitting it with a three-corner file, to give it its proper name, makes life easier.
Sweet Tea's come back and says, no, the skinny tenon will protrude, not the main part of the neck heel.
Oh. Okay, I thought I was misunderstanding something.
This is beyond my imagining.
Okay, 2.5 inches. If I'm understanding correctly, yes, it should work fine. You might have to carve it down later. I have walked into this camera. I can tell I've walked into this camera because I still have the bruise. And I'm just gently going through.
Super chat here from Jay Laugh
J-Laugh.
saying, what would you say are the essential tools to start building guitars? And cheers from the Philippines.
All of them. That's interesting. I'm listening to Neil Stephenson's Cryptonomicon at the moment, which is at least partially based in the Philippines. Now, I created a video. I did a hell of a lot of thinking about it. It ended up being top 15 tools to start as a luthier, and it was top 15 hand tools and top 15 specialist tools and top 15 machine tools, and I think it might have even been top 10. I know I couldn't do it in 10 because there's different categories. You know, with specialist tools, absolutely, you have to have an essential fret leveling and dressing toolkit at bare minimum. Notched straight edge, fret rocker, crowning file. These are specialist tools that you need in order to do a proper level crown and polish, period. A plane or two, chisels and things. But please, on the main channel, search essential tools for a luthier or top 10 tools, and you'll find the video where I go into this question in depth. I should actually at this point memorize the actual URL with all the numbers, and it's a question that comes up fairly regularly. Okay. Okay, so fret wire. No, I need to do some sanding. So where the file marks, I knew I was not thinking straight. I need to do some sanding on here before I do anything. I'm going to avoid the inlay though, and to make sure that I avoid it, I'm going to cover it. Masking tape.
Ken Walker sent a super chat.
Okay.
He didn't send a question, but then he did say good morning all from sunny Norfolk in the chat.
Sunny Norfolk, yeah, it's crazy what's happening to the UK at the moment. We have sunshine. And thank you very much for your support.
Mark Jennings is saying in his super chat, I'll bet another £5 super chat that he forgets.
Forgets
to cut the tangs, I think he means.
Oh, no. I'm a professional, me. But then again, I kind of want to forget so I can take your money.
Super chat here from Mitch.
Mitch.
Says, just realised it's Friday, not Thursday. Woohoo! Happy Friday to the Crows, Crimson Gang and chat. Wishing you all a great day and glorious weekend.
Thank you very much. And yeah, have a fantastic weekend. Right. So in the background now, you've got somebody practicing aerobatics in a light aircraft by the sound of things. There we go. Okay. Camera 2D. There we go. So essentially, that acts as a depth stop, as a stop. Now, the reason for my slight confusion was I had gone with a relatively fine file, and in the light here, I just I couldn't even really make out the file marks on the ebony. So we don't have a huge amount of sanding to do, which is great.
Terry Love is saying, in the absence of pool needs, remember to drip the earth wire hole.
Drill. Terry, we're going to have to put you in a timeout for your lack of checking your spelling. Or not. What would be the funniest autocorrects within guitar building context? I think there's quite a lot of room for hilarity.
I'll see what comes through on the chat. I've got a new member, Eric Jewell.
Eric, thank you very much. Okay, now the memberships, and at this point, this is the channel to have the membership on, because this is the channel where 99% of the live streams will be going live. And one of the perks of the membership is that you get different color chats and things like that, different color icons, and you can use super stickers. I don't think that's the right term. Anyway, so if you have a membership on the main channel, I would suggest cancel that and come over and join on the extras. How many people do we have watching currently?
We are at 249.
Okay.
I've missed the super chat. I'm sorry. Casey McDermott says, the most lovely and wonderful computer assistant missed my super chat. I'm sorry. So Casey McDermott's super chat, TMW. Is that a short thing? I don't know.
Too much.
Tomorrow you wake up and realise that Ben is live. I'm here and I don't actually have to work today.
Oh, seriously?
Happy clap.
Very cool.
I'm sorry, Casey.
Thank you for support, and yes, I will. I'll have a talk with my assistant later. Okay, so all I really needed to sand was the area around the inlay, but it really is important to have the whole fretboard looking homogeneous. So I'm just going over the whole of it. I'm not bothering with the 12-inch radius. I'm not going to be able to remove enough material with this sanding block to make a difference. But it's certainly...
TMW, the moment when.
I thought it was too much, and then something I didn't want to say on a family-friendly channel.
It's like a whole new language you've got to learn.
Oh yeah,
it?
emphatically.
Oh, that moment when.
See, it just keeps on getting...
That's the trouble when it's got two, and some of them have got two meanings.
Which is just hilarious.
Well, I suppose normal language is the same, but, you know, just trying to catch you out, aren't they?
It's gatekeeping. It's young, hip people just proving that you're not young nor hip anymore. I don't know. I'm not young nor hip. I'm starting to worry about hips in a completely different fashion. Damn it. Okay, so that is done. Now, it is much easier. It is much easier to use the Dremel with a small bit to just make the inlay, make the fret slot a little bit wider at those points. The cutter follows the slot underneath and locates it centrally. The only thing I'm worried about is that router cutter rotating and ripping out the aluminium out of the aforementioned soft FIMO. Normally, this wouldn't even be a question. Mother of pearl, abalone, metals, all of that sort of stuff, just go in and you're done. Not today though.
New member, Black Wraith.
Black Wraith. Now that is a cool name, and one I don't recollect. Welcome and thank you. Yeah, there's going to be so much extra content for members and patrons. I'm very much looking forward to it. Having this new extension here is also going to make a difference. Although Mrs. Bunn here thinks I'm now going to have just far too much space. Jasmine saw it the other day and she's like, "Are you going to take the entire garden up?"
Yeah. She never did get her little den.
I didn't think that she wanted it, really. She wanted computers and... yeah. Okay. Frets. Let me get some fret wire.
While I was doing that, Stephen Clark says, absolutely loved the piano shop video yesterday. Keep up those craftsperson interview vids. They are massively interesting and shows that this passion is not exclusive to guitars.
Thank you. I absolutely will. What I would like to do is try and be intelligent. It's a struggle, trust me. Try and be somewhat intelligent and schedule, say, 2 or 3 visits in for a trip, and I will drive, you know, an hour away, visit somebody, then that's only half an hour away from somebody who's even further away, and eventually Tanya would end up coming with me and being camera person. We need to...
It's a scheduling thing, isn't it?
It's a scheduling
If we can, we will.
Yeah. If not, I'll get good with taking a couple of cameras and just sitting there and chatting to people. The BBC calls people who do that predators. The producer and editor, they both create the content and edit it and all of that. It's a sort of a one-man band, as it were. Okay, now, I'm going to continue talking, but I need to get working on this first. So I'm using some Evo Gold Bronze fret wire. It's sort of yellowy, and quite frankly I can't currently find my normal silver fret wire. I have no clue where that's all ended up. We're selling fret wire at crimsonguitars.com now, just out of interest. And this is already at roughly the correct radius. So there we go. Now, fret end cutters. You want to cut in so that when the teeth close, they close square on the tang. Because if you don't, you tend to distort the fret wire. And I'm just going to put all of the frets down on there. Now, there you go. This fret wire is harder than standard nickel silver and a little bit softer than steel. and pretty. Okay, so yeah, I'd like to go and visit 2 or 3 workshops, meet some interesting, fun, cool people, and film the process, and just see what happens. Come to mention it, I haven't actually checked the analytics. I don't think as many people watched that video. Wow. A little chunk of the bronze landed on my hand, and the act of cutting it made it hot enough for me to actually feel heat. I don't know. Where's my phone? Here. Okay. Any questions?
Yeah. Okay. So Mitch says, "Oh, by the way, Ben, I sent that guitarist magazine with the Descendants through. Hopefully, it got there and is sitting in your pigeonhole somewhere."
Thank you, Mitch. They did actually let me know that had arrived. I really appreciate it. I hadn't let them know that it was coming, so Tom opened the thing, and we get guitar magazines on a fairly regular basis. And he's flipping through it, and there's an article about Crimson with Crimson guitars, and it was absolutely, apparently, quite confusing. So there we go. Yeah, so I've just had a look at the road trip piano restoration workshops had about 7,000 views when the typical range is 11 to 16. So it's only half as popular as a build video, at least as we'd done it, but I don't care. I am going to keep them coming.
Okay, Madam Coyote's workshop. It says, FIMO seems to be somewhat soft and pliable. Will that cause issues trying to bend the strings across the surface? Just curious.
Okay, not really. Now, I'm using medium jumbo frets here, and it is at the 12th fret. Unless you have a perfect storm of a very, very heavy-handed player playing with, say, 7 or 8 gauge strings, you're not going to actually even contact the fretboard, in my opinion. Now, with small frets, with vintage frets, yeah, that would definitely be something to be aware of. And I'm aware that you guys are builders, and could potentially use FIMO for stuff. These frets are quite hard. That being said, and I mentioned it while I was doing the build, doing the inlay at least, these are relatively small channels filled with FIMO, and I'm not worried about them. If it was a large chunk, then yes, I wouldn't want that as a fretboard, the fret size notwithstanding.
Terry loves Super Chat.
Terry
Says, Ben, my hips are fine. It's the knees that play tricks on me and the dodgy back.
Yeah, yeah, no comment. Knees, when knees go. I'm not allowed playing badminton. I'm not allowed playing table tennis. There's something about table tennis. I dislocated my knee many years ago now. I was, when you pick up a toddler and you spin them around in circles and they shriek and laugh and it's all happy. It's all happy until you stand in a hole and dislocate your knee and throw the toddler. It wasn't even a toddler that I was related to in any way. I don't even know who it was, but that child went flying, and long time ago. But playing table tennis, I invariably temporarily redislocate that knee, and I end up on the floor with table tennis bats flying in the air and stuff. It's apparently quite amusing to watch.
A couple more new members, Casey McDermott
Casey.
and Phil Richards.
Thank you, and thank you.
And then Jerry McCole has sent a super chat. It says, "Hey Ben, the Princeton project remains on track."
Fantastic. I'm looking forward to that. And in fact, stay where I put you. In fact, one of the workshops that I am going to be visiting is, just out of interest, the workshop, Denmark Street workshop of Orange Amps, which yeah, I'm gonna have to take some slightly more technologically minded people to ask more intelligent questions than I would have, but yeah, should be fun.
Okay, Bartissimo is asking, will timber suitable for guitar tops be listed on the Crimson online store anytime in the not too distant future?
Most definitely. So, hold on, let me just get this last one done. My clamp's in the way. Okay, yes, emphatically, you've touched on a sore point. I'm really rather annoyed that we bought at auction at a steal. It was an amazing price, a commercial grade wide belt sander, and these things on the second-hand market are regularly £7,000 to £9,000. We got it shipped, everything included, for about £3,500 with spare belts and all that jazz. I've got a huge amount of wood that needs to be processed down, and now 3 months later the machine still has not been wired in because it is so difficult to get tradespeople. They're all intensely busy. I am so annoyed. But yes, that is something that should be coming up very soon. Now, trick. This is a trick, and it's a good one. You don't want to take these frets and put them in little numbered holes in a pot. Fret ends are very sharp. Nickel silver is actually poisonous to some people, but even to normal people you get a nasty infection, and it's just an absolute nightmare. I use masking tape. Are we surprised? Masking tape's my go-to for everything. And there we go. All of the frets in a line, no worry. So at that point, flip them over, and you just tape down the ends that way, so that it's easier to pick the frets up.
Robert R has become a new member.
Robert R.
And Terry Love sent another super chat. How much actual playing do you expect this guitar to get? Enough to make wear on the FIMO a serious problem? And that's the question.
It depends entirely on who wins it. I sincerely hope that it ends up with constant playing. Just an FYI, this is now directing. Watch this. Bear, when you edit this, can you turn that little tip, taping the frets and all that down, into a short, a YouTube short / Instagram reel sort of thing? Thank you. It feels weird doing that while people who aren't the editor are watching. Yeah. All right, so those are done. Now, I really need to reorganize and get organized sort my shit out. But we've known that all. We've all known that for a while, haven't we? I have used the triangular file to sort out the top of the frets. Hold the fret in between your thumb and forefinger, and just locate it. Now, I personally prefer using a hammer. It is just the way I've done it forever. We do sell the fret press stuff, and I think at some point I'll use that in a pillar drill to show you. We've also got clampy things that are not suited for a guitar in a flat state. They're better for when you're refretting instruments. But yeah, for me, a good old fretting hammer is the beast. Now, results may vary, and even with somebody who does this a lot, some frets will be slightly lower, some will be slightly higher. If you have a press and you give it exactly the same amount of welly every single time, then your fret leveling, crowning and polishing will be so much less. You might not even need to actually use a crowning file. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm also, as you well know, a fan of using glue. So I don't like super glue because you have to scrape and you spend an extra hour working on sorting the fretboard out. I use wood glue in the fret slots, and it's not to hold the frets in, it is to fill the slot, or at least mostly fill the slot, so that in the end you don't have a piece of wood that's got 22 or 24 small cavities in it that A, might create random weird vibrations, but B, certainly reduce the overall rigidity and strength of the fretboard. So yeah, we do that. Actually, before I do, I need this. Haha, and this needs water in it. So the other thing is, by using wood glue, it's water-based and I can clean it up. Now, in the chat, Tanya, could you do a poll and see how many people who are currently watching have heard me say that exact spiel about glue in the past?
Glue spiel.
Glue spiel. Heard it? Yes or no?
How do we spell spiel?
S-P-I-E-L, I think. And out of interest, this water in here came out of the dehumidifier. Do you think it's a feasible option, just thinking about recycling water, for me to get a spacesuit so that I could sort of completely just reuse all of my bodily fluids during a build?
Do you want to? Sometimes there's a case of could you, but
should you?
Should you?
Absolutely not. Okay. Okay, just clear some excess out of there.
Say a quick happy birthday to Zazafraz.
Zazafraz, happy birthday. Have a good one. And an even better weekend. Generally 3 frets worth. Spooge it in with your finger, and then you'll end up with enough to start a 4th. Only do this where you're absolutely certain. Generally do 1 to start. Just, you need to make sure that you know that the frets are, the slots are deep enough, etc. Hit the fret at the end, and then we slowly work our way into the middle. and then all the way across. And I can see the as the bottom of the top of the fret bottoms out on the fretboard. What a statement. I can see the glue being pushed out. Okay, now at this stage I've realised I should probably turn my microphone off. It's not going to make a huge difference because I've got other microphones, but hey. Yeah, that's still... Tanya, could you turn all of the microphones down by a chunk?
The main one?
Yeah.
Half?
Yeah, half should be good. A little bit more.
Down more or up more?
Down a bit more.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry, I'm watching the thing here.
Talking about minute adjustments.
There you go, that's
there
about
we
right.
go.
He says and then immediately starts hammering harder. Okay, so yeah, that, of course I got glue on myself. That is good, they're seated properly, and you can see once you've got to that stage and you've wiped away all of the excess glue, at that point I come back in and just give them all a little bit of a whack. And if the frets weren't seated properly on the top of the fretboard, you'll see a little bit of glue pop out. So let's mute the cameras again.
Okay.
Oh, cameras. Audio.
Okay.
And then it's just... So there we go. No excess. And nice and clean. No scraping, no nonsense from super glue, etc. Now, there's a bunch more to do. I'll do up to the 12th fret without any talking and we'll go from there. Now, 3, 2...
Do you want a coffee while you're doing that?
Oh, I would love a coffee.
Good time to just think of it.
Thank you very much. This is a good time. This is a very good time for me to put some isotunes in. Protect the old ears and listen to a story at the same time. Thank you so much. I suppose while I'm cleaning up, we should talk to each other. Now, I'm wondering if everybody thought that I was going to mess up and forget that I was talking about detangling part of the tongue at the inlet. No?
Somebody said... Oh no, I've lost it now. Sorry, I was reading several quite quickly.
Never mind. Never mind. Okay, back to bagging now. Actually.
Oh no.
Sorry. There we go.
You going banging again?
Sorry?
Shall I turn it down again?
Yes, absolutely. Back. So yes, this is definitely one of those things that it's absolutely essential that we all watch and know and learn how to do this properly. But it's also not the most scintillating viewing, is there? Is it? So I've got 2 more to do, and I'm going to go in there and just gently with a file remove a little bit of the tang in the middle. This does mean that the glue is potentially going to be doing a little bit more work than I would normally like. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, questions, comments, queries?
Super chats. I don't think we did this one. Mitch says, how do your cutters cope against steel fret wire?
They're absolutely fine. Now, these frets here are only slightly softer than steel. They feel a little bit more brittle, actually, which is weird. But anyway, these are essentially bronze, I would say. Now, that being said, the outside of these cutters has been ground so that it cuts perfectly flat. A normal pair of side cutters or end cutters will have a double bevel, which gives it a huge amount of strength and a sort of a, whatever that angle happens to be. We've removed one of those bevels, which means that it is more delicate. Even on relatively soft fret wire, if as you're cutting the fret you twist, you can shatter them. Now, I haven't personally done that in forever because I don't twist, but it's something to be aware of.
Okay, do you want to end this poll yet?
Oh yeah, end the poll.
Okay, hold on, let me have a quick look at it. Okay, 79% yes, 21% no.
Okay, so it's still worth doing that. Still worth talking about. But that's hilarious. How many people do we have watching?
We are at 306.
Okay. That's not bad. And thank you very much for my coffee, my love.
Okay. David Loveland is a new member.
David, welcome to the club. It is a club. I have a club. I started my first club when I was about 9, and I charged an entrance fee for the other kids in the neighbourhood, and used it to buy sort of sweets and orange juice and stuff. And we used to go in my garden and play, but it was a formal play. Yeah, not much has changed, has it? I'd completely forgotten about that.
Terry Love sent a super chat saying, "What is Ben's audible distraction today?"
Yes, it is Neil Stephenson's Cryptonomicon, code breaking in World War II and all sorts of stuff. A really good book. The sort of 3rd or 4th time I've read it, but yeah. Okay, now I haven't finished all of them, and the puppies want to come in, but they're not allowed. Okay, so at this stage I'm going to play around with the 12th fret here.
Okay, super chat here from the big unit.
Hey!
Says, sorry I'm missing out again today, lecturing on National Electrical Code requirements for electric motor installation. Have a great build day.
Dude, you're incredible. It amazes me that we've got so many cool people who watch this and get involved. Yeah, have a good lecture. Okay, I am just going to use the little file. Now, what you need here is a file like this. Whoa, wrong camera. Where are we? Completely lost. Camera 3. There we go. and essentially I'm just going to go sideways down the middle of the fret. Now I don't want to remove all of it, but some. Okay.
Paul Nee says,
Hey.
I learned more from watching that bit than watching 7 hours of sanding.
No, yeah, no shit. Yeah, we'll go.
Are you muted on your...
No, I'm not muted
No,
at the
you're still
moment. I was at one point. Oh, I am.
I do.
Ran out of batteries. Thank you for that, guys. Okay, so we're gonna, now that I've just turned that back on, we're gonna mute this, knock in a couple of frets, hope that it goes absolutely swimmingly and that I've taken enough material off to not damage the inlay. If it wasn't, I'm not too worried. It's just going to push the soft FIMO out of the way, and I'll be able to file that down after the fact anyway. But here we go.
Do I need to turn it down?
Yes, please. All right. So that, yeah, that worked absolutely perfectly. The frets are solid, they're in, there's no issues there whatsoever, and man, it's all good. Let's have a close-up look, shall we? Actually, I'll do it while making you guys feel ill. So that's the gorgeous figured ebony fretboard. And here we are. So I need to cut these fret tangs off now. That's the next stage. And we can move forward. All right, I am ready for some questions.
Yeah, Mark Jennings sent the super chat saying, rats he didn't forget, so he's paid his forfeit.
But I did sort of tease you. I sort of fate that I was. Anyway, it's all fun and games. So clean the tip of the glue pot. Get that out the way. For some reason I just threw that right into the area where I walk. And yeah, it is now time for the actual use for the fret end cutting, fret end cutters. Sorry, that's what they are. Okay. Now, just to play it safe, I'm going to put on some. Well, they've. Where are we? They've sent me some particularly sporty looking ultra protective glasses from headquarters. I don't know. I feel like I'm going swimming. Anyhow, so I put my thumb on the on that section and carefully line up and just fluff it out. Fluff it out. What the hell am I talking about? These are very hard frets. Now at this stage, that one's in the way, so you have to pick up, sort of skip over and get the one that's more proud. There we go.
Super chat from Casey McDermott.
Casey.
It says that inlay is awesome. Nicely done.
Thank you. It's it's not as precise as I would have liked, but thank you very much. I'm happy with the colours. I wish I'd managed to get the spacing a little bit more consistent. Everything moved in the oven. Now, bear in mind these fret ends. These are the things that absolutely scupper you. If those stay on your workbench, or worse yet, get stuck to the bottom of your, worse yet, they tend to get stuck in the bottom of shoes, and if you have nice nice flaws, that can cause chaos and get you in trouble. But yeah, please be aware when you're doing this to make sure your workbench is clean afterwards. Nearly got you there, darling.
Mark Jennings says, I have to dash. Work expect me to actually do some work. Good luck, Ben. Hope you finish.
Thank you very much, Mark. And yeah, I hope you have a good day at work. So here's, after that, this is there's obviously some glue and stuff on there, but yeah, they're absolutely chunky and solid and perfect. And I've been using this particular pair of these for must be 3 or 4 years, and the last pair only got retired due to somebody borrowing them and the aforementioned twist while cutting. So there we go.
VTR Addict said, not sure if I should be offended that my knife is just hanging on the hook in the background while a scalpel is on the bench. Smiley face, laughy face.
As I pulled the scalpel out, I'm not sure if I said it aloud. I think I did. I said I need to. No, I didn't. I need to get it so that first order retrieval system. At the moment, I can't get that out because it's behind this and that. And the scalpel blade is easy to get. So actually, there you go. I'll put that in the same place I put the scalpel. Let's see. This is what happens when you add a new chisel to the rack. Something has to move. Okay, at this stage we've been going for an hour and a half, and I've done a lot of talking and sanding of the fretboard, and we have put in the frets. Now, I've forgotten about that. Okay, yeah, this is it. I have been promising myself a trip up to the house for a while, and then Tanya brought me a cup of coffee. So this has now become not a question of, yeah, I can do that. At some point, it's sort of a case of, you will. So I'm just going to tidy the workbench. And yeah, talk among yourselves, feel free. How many people do we have at the moment?
350.
Okay, that's a good number of people in the chat. Now, at this stage, I'll do a quick recap. I've obviously talked about what we've done so far today. This is being done for charity. The guitar is currently being raffled off, yeah. The guitar's being raffled off, and all Super Chat revenue after fees will be going to the British Red Cross Ukraine DEC appeal. Don't feel the need to Super Chat. Go and buy raffle tickets, and if you've already done both, then please just enjoy the show. Yeah, where are we sitting at with the raffle at the moment?
Yeah, 13,295.
There we go. So it is growing, and yeah, that's fantastic. Tanya's struggling with the puppy at the moment. I'm going to turn my microphone off and be back shortly. Tanya, feel free to talk to our fantastic people.
I don't know what to say. When you say you can say anything, then it's like, no.
Okay, don't say anything. Everybody, ask Tanya questions just in the chat, and you answer as many as you can, and we'll go from there. Have you turned your audio back up?
All the audios are back up to normal.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back shortly.
We're going to have silence now for a bit.
Because no silence. What do I do? I don't know.
We need something we can throw in these moments. Some
Tell them about the puppies and how we ended up getting two instead of just one.
Oh, that was your idea. Oh, something fell on the floor. I got it.
Oh, that's vintage mastic. Probably shouldn't put it above the door.
I'll do the two new members, so thank you to Smoking Frog Studios and Dan Peacock. Okay. Question from Lisa Harshberger. I was waiting for this one, Lisa. Tanya, does Ben buy you watches too? Well, I have two watches. The only reason I have two is because the children lost one, and then I got a new one, and then we found the one that the children had lost. But no, I don't feel the need to have more watches. I have two Citizen Eco Drive watches, which are solar powered, so you don't need to put new batteries in or wind them, and they're nice and easy and fuss free, and that's how I like it. Ian M, taco or burrito? Both at once, I think. Is there a squirrel missing, Beth? I can see one. I'm not going to get in shot to find the other one, but I'm not sure about that. Where do we go to? How were the puppies and kittens and chicken, Lisa? They are pretty good. They keep you on your toes. They're mischievous and messy, and they dig up the garden, but we love them. Sabotage time. But then I'd have to get in the shot again to sabotage things. I'll have to come up with something. Like maybe I need like a litter picker or like a really long extendable hand thing that I can just move things around. IFAX, Tanya, has Ben walked fret ends over your nice floors in the house? Not that I can remember. No, it's usually mud though. And he's very dusty. When he comes in, there's dust everywhere. I don't bother dusting. What was my first impression when I met Ben from Gustav? I don't know, he was friendly. Some people are shy, so they don't come across as friendly, but Ben is very outgoing, so he was just straight away very nice, and you don't need much more than that really. Stephen Clark, we've asked Ben, but your answer may be even more interesting. If Ben hadn't discovered lutherie, what job or craft do you think he would have done in its place? I'm not sure. Maybe some kind of furniture repair, or definitely would have to be hands-on, working for himself, creative. I mean, it would have to be all of those. A solar powered watch in the UK, smiley face from Ian M. Yes. Sing a song. No, nobody wants me to sing a song. George Davis, how is it working with your oldest child, aka Ben? Sometimes we don't work very well together because I don't think we communicate in a similar way, which is strange. But if we're trying to do a job around the house, I think we're both trying to be in charge, so that's not good. But this situation is nice because it just feels like we're hanging out. Okay, Terry Love has sent a super chat question. Tanya, which are the biggest problem? 1, Ben. 2, puppies. 3, long-term projects. Ben Ben is the hardest to direct or control or keep under control. The others at least listen to me. Why don't I like being on camera? I'm a very self-conscious person, and I find it very difficult just to be relaxed around people anyway. Just in social situations, I'm awkward and goofy, and I don't know, it's just easier to be a voice rather than worrying about what face am I pulling or am I, you know, am I doing something silly? It's just, yeah, I'm just very self-conscious.
I think you'll get used to it eventually. Yeah, most people in this community couldn't give a rat's ass what you look like. Or have you ever seen a guitarist actually go sort of mid-solo? Because we're all guitarists, and that's why it's just we don't care.
I just find it very difficult to not worry about it and not think about it. Anyway, back to Super Chats. Smoking Frog Studio says, take my money and like it.
I would love to take your money. Thank you very much. It's all going to a fantastic place.
And Super Chat question from Dan Peacock. Question about fixing a locking nut on my kit bash. Nut is too high. There is some rosewood under before the maple neck.
Yeah.
But what pitfalls should I avoid in removing material?
Okay, so yeah, it's a cut-to-cut situation. A scalpel blade or marking knife to start things, and then just a very fine saw. You should be fine. Be aware of any lacquer on the sides of the neck. If it's got thick lacquer, you will have to very carefully score a line where you want to remove material, and very gently cut in from both sides. So instead of pushing out and going all the way out the other side, which would tend to chip out varnish or lacquer, you do it from the outside to the inside, and then work the middle down. But in reality, you should be fine.
Okay, Paul Needs had a technical question. Half of my book-matched maple drop top has developed a slight longitudinal bow,
Yeah.
about 3mm.
Okay.
Should I flatten it with a plane or Dremel groove along the rear so I can correct when clamped?
There's no unless you were talking about a very thick top, then you don't need to worry about it at all. I think you're talking about a 6mm top, something like that. If you can correct the curve just with the pressure of 2 fingers, gluing is going to fix it, and the glue is going to hold it, and the body is always going to be much, much stronger than the top. Don't worry about it at all. Even if it's a 14mm or so top, I wouldn't care about it. Okay, now, thread rubbers. The act of using the water to clean up the glue has made the wood a little bit furry. It's raised the grain on this wood. So I'm going with a fine fret rubber, then a super fine fret rubber just on the wood itself. And this is going to give me a beautifully homogeneous, perfectly sanded fretboard. I use this trick a lot. Yes, my microphone is on. I use this trick a lot also when cleaning particularly dirty and old fretboards, where a fretboard cleaner will not do the trick because it's just 40 years worth of crud. And this also just helps to tidy up after all sorts of things. Ow. I was just about to say I really should probably file the fret ends down first before I do this, because they're sharp, and then I go and fist punch it. Fist punch it? Knuckle punch it. Whatever. I hurt myself.
Super chat from Jonah Von Loopy. Have you considered guitar classes? I'd consider signing up for that. Also, do you need any unskilled grunts over the weekend? I'm just across the border from you.
We definitely need unskilled grunts on the weekend. I'm going to assume that that's being self-denigrating for basically, yes, if you fancy coming for the weekend, it's 10 to about 5ish. We're providing beer and food and stuff and tea and coffee and amusement, and there will be all sorts of work to do for all sorts of people at any skill level. So yes, please. Secondly, yeah, we do run courses at Crimson headquarters, and if you are relatively local, that's excellent, because you wouldn't have to yeah, find somewhere else to stay. So yeah, come on the weekend and we'll show you the school and what we do, and on top of that, I'll give you a discount if you do end up doing a course at any time. Now, yes, please email guild@crimsonguitars.com just to let Talitha know that you're coming so she can add you to the list. And we'll go from there.
VTR Addict says, please tell Ben I hope he doesn't think I was being rude about the knife. Aussie sense of humour
no, gosh,
doesn't
no.
always translate into text well.
No, neither do I translate into talking well when I have a bladder that is about 3 times too full and have to deal with a question. There we go. The worst Aussie humour was my very, very, very first live stream where the guy got me to one of those typical, hi, my name is so-and-so and so-and-so in a super chat. I'd like to thank so-and-so for the super chat. Or, no, I think it was something along the lines of, say hi to my friend, his name is Mike, etc. And I didn't catch it because I was just too distracted by the live stream. It made me say a naughty word. Bloody Antipodeans.
Well, culturally, you and I have slightly different sense of humours as well, don't we, really? Sometimes we don't quite... Sometimes it's not obvious that you're joking.
This is very true.
I think you've probably acclimatised better, but, you know, sometimes you meet people... You don't quite realise it's a joke.
This is true. Yeah, South Africans tend to be a lot more forthright, or Southern Africans at least. I'm Zimbabwean by where I grew up, but yeah.
Okay, super chat from Dave Fora.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave.
Hi Ben, since
Hi.
I glued my Indian rosewood fretboard onto chestnut neck, it has developed a longitudinal convexity. Okay, just to sound it out, neck not carved yet, thanks.
Okay, and here comes the helicopter. Chestnut. Oh, I can see how loud it is on there. It's not too bad. Chestnut isn't a wood that I would have ever considered necessarily using for a neck. Now, it's fairly lightweight. It's not particularly strong. But there are also different varieties of it. So, you know, assuming that you know that the neck wood is strong enough. The problem is, so you've got a truss rod in there. The truss rod is there to help you get rid of any curves or bows. I'm hoping that you've got a dual action truss rod, because that just makes life so much easier. There you go. That polishing is done now. The problem with sanding it out of the fretboard is that your fretboard's going to end up being a strange shape. It is better, if at all possible, to use the truss rod to fix the issue. Alternatively, we often we file in something called fall away. On the 13th to the last fret or so will file a slight angle in, so the frets start going downwards, and this means that as you're playing at this part of the neck, the vibration of the string doesn't hit the frets and reduces buzzing, etc. You can do that with the fretboard to a certain extent without it looking weird. So yeah, I would say a combination of truss rod and putting in fall away to actually fix the longitudinal convexity. Okay, now I need to use a fret leveling file just to level the frets, the fret ends, and get them all flush with the edge of the fretboard. And this is made more difficult by the fact that I haven't actually routed this part of the neck down to the fretboard. I was going to do that by hand before I put the frets in. Guess who forgot? Now, remember earlier when I punched the fret end, if I'd been using a standard double beveled cutter at that point, I would actually be bleeding. At this point, it was cut with the flush trim cutters, and didn't actually break the skin, just... yeah. And you can hear, that was me on wood. I've already got it flush and down, for the most part. There's still some glue to clean up, but I'm happy with that. Now, I seem to have lost my fret end beveling file. That's a pity. What's happened there? All right. Well, so we do a fret end beveling file. It sets the correct angle on the sides of the frets. I'm just going to guesstimate it, just with the fret end, with the wow. Stop talking, Ben. Just do. Okay. I want to actually clamp this down.
A super chat here from Terry Love.
Terry
says, comment, I think the bronze frets are what Bob Ross would call a happy accident. They look great on that fretboard.
I'm happy. It's going to look awesome. So you want to say a 25 degree to 30 degree angle on the end of the fret. Anything more obtuse, is that the word, than that, and you'll be losing playing surface area. and your string will end up sliding off the edge of the fretboard. Were they nice to you, Tanya?
Very nice.
Told you. I don't think it's possible to be into building guitars and music and this sort of stuff without being a nice person. Fundamentally. Now you'll hear a difference as I start to hit the wood at some point. See? So now you're just touching the wood, and I want to round it over a little bit. Makes the guitar more comfortable. And while I'm here, same angle with the leveling beam, and this is polishing up the ends of the frets. We're starting to hit the actual final finish. So the fretboard here, the inlay, that's, other than oil, where we want it to be on the finished guitar. And the same is going to be the case on these fret ends, etc. And I'm rolling the angle over just a little bit, just to make that nice and comfy. This is 320 grit paper on here. And I've got another side to do. Okay.
He's stuck.
Oh.
He's got stuck.
I think I haven't put the end back on the fret. He might be under the workshop. By the way, that's me in trouble if that's the case. I've been accessing wood from behind the workshop, and we had to block it off because the puppies are naughty. Okay. There we go, he's out. Yeah, one end is not blocked up. I'm going to go and block that up quickly. I'll be back in half a second, everybody. Or maybe like 20. Alright, so that's done. The dogs can't get it. There's a whole heap of wood on racks and stuff, just construction lumber. And yeah, they get in under there and there. Pitiful, pitiful little creatures. Okay, I'm going to try and match the same angle on this side. I've blocked that off again, darling.
Yeah, I think it was just round the back.
At least he wasn't under the shed. Probably can't fit anymore.
We're getting some trolls.
Ah, yes. Just ban.
Yeah.
Ban willy-nilly. Do we have... I don't think we've got Max, and... May I have a quick look? Who's that? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Okay. Terry. How are you, Terry? You're a moderator now. Paul, same thing. And Sweetie Guitars. There we go.
The pressure.
Okay, so you guys are now moderators as well. SE Guitars is one, Creverai is another. Both of those guys are at work at the moment, and I would appreciate your help. You now have the power to put people in timeouts, which is ironic, Terry. That amuses me greatly. Yeah, put people in timeouts, and if there's stuff like that, you can report them and delete, and you can outright ban people so that, yeah, if they're naughty. I'm not... Just proceed as normal, and if you see something, feel free to get rid of them. Do not abuse your power. And if you do it amusingly. I'm wondering if we should give Paul's wife, moderator, ability as well. Next time you see her now, do that.
Okay.
None of this would exist without the leveling file. Crimson Guitars, this is the first tool that we made. We were basically destitute, and I was trying to figure out how to make a living while building guitars, and I started making these, and this is what created this entire empire. Anyway, Tanya, please read the things that are making you smile. Go for it.
Oh, just the comments going back and forth about the new power, and with great power comes great responsibility. Yeah, they're having fun.
With great power comes great temptation to abuse it. Somebody
says it sounds like the TARDIS when you do that.
Oh yeah.
He says Terry's going to put you in timeout now.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I think I deserve it, to be honest.
Okay, so there's a super chat from Phil Plowman.
Sorry, from who?
Phil Plowman.
Phil.
Says, hey there, please show us the puppies.
They've currently been put in a timeout, amusingly, I think. They're up at the house, are they?
Yeah, we've got Jasper here, the old boy.
He does not want to be picked up.
No, he doesn't want to.
He's enjoying the sun. Yeah, next time they come down, I will. I'll introduce you. Now I've been filming the shed build, and every now and then they show up in that as well. Yeah, in my opinion, a combination of fret leveling file and fret leveling beam, it's the best pair of tools that one could have. I just for this sort of work. It would have been nice to set the angle correctly using the fret and beveling file, but yeah, we haven't got there. Now I've got some glue on the end here I want to get rid of before I go much further.
Another super chat from Sweet Tea Guitars.
Hey, hey.
And it says, your care package is shipping Monday.
Oh,
I
beautiful.
think you'll be happy.
I'm very much looking forward to it, man. Thank you.
I've included the set for the viewer from last week's stream, as well as gifts for a few other people.
Okay, beautiful. I will distribute accordingly. Now, from last week's stream, I did ask somebody to pay attention to photograph the name or whatever. We'll need to look for that. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of the excess glue here. And yeah, people, if you aren't yet watching Sweet Tea Guitar's channel, you should. He's doing a pretty cool guitar, and it's a giveaway as well. Did I need to use the biggest chisel ever? No. Do I feel guilty? No. In reality, what this means is I can hold the chisel on there and know that it's doing what I want it to do, perfectly level with the wood. So there is a reason for using the giant chisel. That and the fact that I just enjoy using the giant chisel.
Super chat from Git Lee says, I find a curious interest in the bench brush that you use, assuming a vintage tool find.
Yes. Okay, so yes, absolutely. There you go, have a look. So these are, it's an antique paintbrush, basically. Bob, Nemo, and there is another one. There's another one somewhere around. Tanya, can you see another one? Oh, there it is. I found it. I absolutely love them. So this is one that's been used a lot more. But there is another reason to love this one. It's got the name R.G. Arsman on it, which just makes me happy. Just there. I mean, it might be R. Grassman, but I choose to believe otherwise. Fight me in the comments.
Dave T's another one that really enjoyed the piano restoration repair thing Ben did. More of that kind of stuff would be good to see. Mix it up a bit is a good thing.
Thank you very much, and I certainly will be. Yeah, I love talking to people about making. I love... that doesn't live there, that lives here. I love visiting workshops. I love talking about tools, and I love learning. And doing something like that, you inevitably learn something. So there we are.
Rocket Punk Art says,
Hey.
I'm the one who's looking for that top. I sent an email yesterday, although I didn't receive a confirmation.
Ah, fantastic. Thank you very much. Yes, we'll sort you out. So email guild@crimsonguitars.com. There's a lot less traffic going there. And just say who you are and that Sweet Tea's sending the top. And Talitha will talk to you about that. Okay, frets are roughly in place, which is great. I need to do the side dot inlays. Okay, I need to do the side dot inlays. We have, now I don't know whether this is live on the website or not. Well, I just dropped part of the jig. There we go. I cannot tell you how sore my legs are at this point. Okay, so the jig comes with a brass screw and a little insert so that you can drill that into your workbench and have this screwed onto the side of the workbench for the guitar, so you can adjust it, get it in the right place, and then just mark out where you want. So that's option number one. The second, let's just put that in there for now, is to have it on a piece of wood. Hey Jasper, you hot?
He's a bit hot. He's got water out there.
He does, but he's been sitting in the... You all right, mate? This is a very, very old puppy. He's always looked like this. He's always been grey and black, but he's super old now. I'm enjoying the sun. Anyway, a digression. Yeah, there's going to be a piece of wood, and you just put the neck on there and adjust it. The alternative is literally just to line everything up and go from there. Except for the fact, guess who's just realised this is utterly useless to me? This is a baritone neck. We don't have the baritone version here yet. Poop. I got so excited about that. Okay, I'm going to mark out the frets, the side dot inlays quickly now, just so we don't forget.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry.
He says, Ben, that's not a giant chisel. I've seen some timber framing chisels that are much bigger. Yeah,
timber framing slicks, you get them, they're generally 4 to 6 inches across. This one here is only 2. I suppose 3 to 6 inches. But yeah, huge nonetheless. Okay. So I'm just going to use another crimson tool. This is the Crimson Protractor, and it's got a 0 in the middle and a scale along, so that you can automatically center on whatever you want to look at. So yeah, that's my 3rd fret there, and my head is roughly there. 17. So that'll do. Now, as I get further up the scale, it's something I can actually just eyeball very accurately. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. And we want it in the middle of the fretboard. This birdcage awl is actually too sharp for what I'm after, I think. There you go. And it's always easier to do this sort of stuff when the guitar is still the neck is in rectangular form. Okay. Now, Haha. On to my favourite drills of all time. I will even give you a close-up. We've got all the way down to 2mm centre point. In fact, even the 1mm there, almost a centre point. That's just a standard twist looking one. And that's a standard. So yeah, I've got a centre point bit at 2mm. Amazing. We've got another helicopter, don't we? What can you do? So let's just take that out. This is one of my favourite drills. This is an incredibly early Miller's Falls #1, and yeah, it's from the early 1890s or late 1880s. It's just, yeah, makes me do that. Right, now, work holding, of course. Clamp the neck down. Nice and square. Before we go any further, 3, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We are correct. And yes, I checked that 3 times. Don't you love that noise? Now, just before I do any more, I need to just confirm with myself what I'm actually planning on inlaying in here. There we go. So, yeah, fantastic. So I've got little 2mm mother of pearl dots. I've also got little 2mm. Are they abalone or are they black mother of pearl? I think that's actually black mother of pearl. So we're just going to go with the mother of pearl in that case. It would have been nice to have abalone, which is blue, to go with the gold frets, and obviously the blue and gold of the Ukrainian fields. I should probably put my phone on silent, shouldn't I? But yeah, mute. Good. So yeah, I don't want to drill too deep at this point. Whereas if I was using the standard plastic rod, then I would go 2 or 3 millimeters deep rather than the 1 to 2 that is required with these. Questions?
Well, JS Trucking and Guitars has just joined as a member.
Welcome, 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 and welcome.
People have been asking about the squirrels. The squirrel check. Where are they? I see one, but the other one's down there, isn't it?
One's over here, and the other one is sitting just down there.
They need to move around every now and then.
Yeah. No, that's just too weird.
Dave says, how can there be frets? I've missed like 5 minutes.
That was like my 5 minutes, yeah? You think it's going to be 5 minutes and it takes 3 hours?
In Ben time, yeah. You've got to translate. iFax was asking, Ben, would you consider building a baritone lap steel guitar?
Yes, absolutely. I would love to do a lap steel guitar actually on the channel. If you want one, give me a shout. There we go, and with a drill bit like this, you always put it away. And don't let apprentices anywhere near it. Ever.
JS Trucking Guitars is asking, good morning, think you'll finish today?
No. No, absolutely not. I'm planning on off the live stream. Yeah, off live stream. I'm planning on doing the oil finish and the setup and stringing and all that jazz. It's well, for one, this build has gone on for longer than it should have. The raffle is ending this weekend, i.e. the raffle's ending tomorrow.
Is your mic gone?
My mic gone? Oh yeah, the other batteries have gone. Typical. Well, that's interesting. Testing. Okay, so what was I talking about? Yeah, the raffle's ending tomorrow. I need to move on to the next builds that I've promised, and that needs to happen. But also, just watching me wire up a guitar and rub oil finish in live is boring. At least with this, there's a lot of different tasks to do. So yeah. Here we go, we've got our little side dots and a little pair of watchmaker's tweezers, which will be useful. Super glue, accelerator. Bear's gonna do something with that. Okay. Tiny hammer and some goggles. Repeat after me. You don't want super glue in your eyes. Now that I'm entirely enclosed, I've got itchy eyes.
I'm going to throw in a super chat here from
JS
Trucking Guitars. It says, thank you for keeping the stream schedule. I needed it. This has not been a good week. My truck is still in the shop. And I got that dreaded call about my dad this week.
Oh, dude. I am sorry about that. So you can't even get into a workshop to distract yourself. Well, I hope that, yeah, our thoughts are with you. Okay, start off with one just to make absolutely sure that all the holes are the right size, etc. Look at that. Try not to get super glue on the tweezers either. Three might be pushing it. Oh no. Oi. Nope, I failed utterly. There we go, glue on the tweezers. You all saw that. There we go, that one worked better.
While you're quietly doing it, I'm just going to see if somebody was knocking on the door. Is Talitha coming?
Talitha should be coming, yes.
Okay.
It's pneumatically pushing that one back up. Okay, I am also at this stage going to put some super glue down the ends of these frets just to solidify them. Oh no. Push up. I think the tweezers are a bad idea. Okay. Can you guys hear those puppies in the background? I look like a sort of superhero wannabe with these glasses. They look so weird. Flash Crow. Okay, I'm changing my mind about the tweezers. I actually think that just a cocktail stick will do the job. So glue goes in the holes. Dab the cocktail stick in a little bit of glue. Use that to pick up the dot. And then put it in. Like so. I'm not worried about getting glue on the cocktail stick. Oh. There we go. This is of course only valid if your holes are exactly the right size. But hey, that's where we are.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry?
Says lunchtime approaching. I'm getting hungry here.
Yes, I'm. Yeah. I did grab a banana when I ran up to the house earlier, and a particularly nasty long life pastry. But you know, food is food. Yeah, this is a little bit fiddly, but yeah, there we go. Right, before I hit it with accelerator. I'm just going to go in down the sides because the glue doesn't appear to have spooged out of the sides quite as much as I thought it should. So some black super glue in the fret ends, and then I'll hit it with the accelerator, and we'll be done.
Dave T's asking if those side dot inlays are 2mm.
Yes, 2mm. And I'm fairly sure they're available through crimsonguitars.com as well. So this is the accelerator. Now I have to do that glue on the other side.
Super chat from Git Lee. It says,
Hey.
Crimson Crow does have a Marvel character sound to it.
It does indeed. Okay, so I'm going to clamp this down to the workbench, just hanging over, so that glue that we just put on the other side doesn't glue the guitar to the bench. I have done that in the past. I'm still embarrassed by that fact.
Oh, that's potent, that smell.
The accelerator, yeah, it is acetone based. And that's next door's dog talking.
Super chat from JS Trucking and Guitars.
Hammer.
He says, you also misunderstood my question earlier. I wasn't asking if to be putting finish on the guitar. Oh, if you'll be putting finish on the guitar. I was asking if you'll finish building today.
Okay, yes. Yes, essentially I'm hoping to have everything in a state that it could be put under finish. So yeah, I'll have all of the making done, i.e. that was me wondering what the accelerator would do to the Finder, but I think we found that out last week. Nothing. Yeah. All the fundamentals will be done. The neck is going to be carved next. All the routing will be done. And at that stage, I'm going to stop. I will do the sanding off camera. And then we'll see. I might do... Later in the day, I will talk about whether there is even going to be a live stream on Monday. I think that what we might end up doing is one starting later in the day where I live stream the finish application. That will also be turned into a video because that will be quite interesting. That'll be an hour or two. But other than that, there's not going to be a major live stream on Monday. Not a particularly long one at the very least. Okay. The accelerator has done that. I'm going to tidy up a little bit. Questions, queries, comments, criticisms, spam.
Andrew Hayes has just said maybe a talk-free hour could be implemented into the live build streams to get things moving along with a description before the hour.
I think that the reason I like the live streams is the interaction, and the only way to make me move much faster is to not actually be filming at all. When I'm filming myself, I'm talking no matter what. So yeah, it sort of appeals, but I really enjoy talking to you guys. So yeah. All right, camera 3. So again with the leveling file, gently I'm riding the side on the body of the neck there, and then slowly randomly pushing it down. And it's generally just the weight of the tool itself doing the work. I'm also running my fingers along the side there to keep myself located. I don't want to slip over the side and damage the frets. Okay, and as I'm getting closer, you can hear a change of sound, and I know I'm getting there. Okay, now again, I've got rough, unshaped neck there. I'm going to be matching it to the fretboard. This isn't the way I would normally do things, but yeah, in the interest of experimentation, that's what I did this time. So I need to just be aware that I can only run the file on the edge of the fretboard, not both the fretboard and the neck. And that is not easy. Okay, that's not perfect, it is flat. We'll carve the neck and then we'll fine sand the whole thing later. Just do the other side and back to programming as normal.
These guys are all talking about their lunch.
Oh, don't do that to me. Actually, I must say that while I was using my biltong chisel earlier, I remembered that Talitha had left a chunk of dried meat here. Woohoo! So there we go. Excuse me.
Okay, while you're doing that, technical question from George Davis.
Okay.
If the question is if there is a distance from the nut on a Telecaster that the string tree or trees should be.
Ah, okay. I am not entirely sure. I don't have a... You've got a puppy there, don't you? Does she want this little bit of fat?
No, don't give her that. Maybe later.
But that would make me her favourite. I'd be her favourite. I don't measure these things out. I just look at other Telecasters and say round about there. I think that there is probably a measurement, but I honestly think that outside of things like nut width, string spacing, fret position, those things absolutely have to be as precise as humanly possible. A lot of other things, it's just what looks aesthetically pleasing. And yeah, the string tree, that's pulling down exactly where it is. As long as it's not far too close to the nut, you won't have an issue.
Are you sure you ate biltong and not wood dust?
It might be dusty biltong, but
oh dear.
Done worse.
Okay, Bjorn has a question for you. Ever used birch bark in a build? Trying to add some details in birch for my current build, especially on the headstock, and I'm unsure how to finish or if I can just leave it naked.
I kind of like nudity, to be honest. Bear, do not take that out of context. As you put it, naked bark should be absolutely fine. The only thing I would worry about is it pulling off. So you would have to you'd have to make sure it's super glued around or glued solidly to the substrate. But no, the bark is there. It's survived years and years of the elements. It's there to protect stuff. I think it's fine. Maybe a light oiling, but that's really cool. I would love to. Tanya, please take a note of that, or a photograph or something. I would love to use natural bark as a racing stripe down the body of a tree or something. You full on inspired me with that comment. Thank you very much.
Basics says Ben can't even begin to answer a question without being distracted. This is getting tiresome.
What question did I get distracted by?
I don't know. It's just the way you function, isn't it?
It's true, it is the way I function.
Robert R's worried that you're eating super glue by cutting it on the bench top.
No, the super glue is all to this side, and I brush down this, especially when I'm doing fretwork. I brush the bench down every minute or so. So no, food-wise, that was a nice clean area. I have ADHD, and I am also a type 2 diabetic. So at around about now, I'm easily distracted, but I'm also starting to lose IQ points as I get hungry and the blood sugar goes. So to sort of make up for my how annoying I am, base 6. I do want to build a base 6 at some point, or a base 6 inspired thing. Short scale bases are in right now, and they have been for a while. But yeah, a 6-string 30-inch scale offset. Sounds fun. I don't think I've ever actually held an original either.
Super chat from Vulcan Essen.
V! Howdy.
Hi Ben, what is your opinion on fret end files which have a 90 and 30 degree angle and you run the block on the frets chiseling?
Yes. If it makes life easier, which that would do, absolutely. Make it 90 and 25. I think 25 is better. You can always go more acute if it feels like you need to, but yeah. Sounds good.
Woodford Guitars has just joined as a new
Hello.
member.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to clean the built-on grease off. I already did on my trousers. Now, clamp the guitar down. Change the camera angle. Make sure not to get one's wife in the camera angle. Alright, so here you can see that rough area of wood. Most 90% of that's going to be carved away, but I'm going to use the biltong chisel just to pare this away. Now essentially you sit on the fretboard and it gives you exactly where you want to go. And essentially I'm using it like a paring chisel at this stage. This is the exact same process as if I was using a bearing on the fretboard and a router cutter cutting that away. It's just a little bit slower, slightly more fraught as well because of how delicate and chippy the torrefied sycamore is. Oh, that's where we want to go. So there we go. I've got where I want to carve to, nice and easy.
I think she's waiting for a little bit of that. You've got a small piece. It's a bit big, she might choke on it.
No, she's fine with that.
Yeah. Oh no. Just gonna wash my hands.
Yeah, a slicing cut is actually much easier. But it depends on what the grain's doing, etc. Okay. Tidy up a little bit.
Okay, super chat here from Terry Love.
Terry,
Ben,
you are the MVP today, actually.
is there any type of guitar you don't want to build someday?
A hurdy-gurdy.
No, you're, oh no, they're gonna break some hearts.
The fundamentals of how a hurdy-gurdy works is actually quite interesting, and building that into an electric guitar could be fun. I shit you not, that could be fun. Honestly, no. No. Bouzouki. Not interested in that. There we go. There's one. Okay, I need to double check where my heel is going to go and draw out where I'm going to bandsaw away the excess here. We should have cut that piece smaller.
Terry's saying you should put a washing machine in your new extended workshop so you can clean your own clothes.
Terry, please put yourself in timeout. Here it is. Yeah, it really is.
VTR Addict says, I finished my first guitar the other day, a Telecaster style.
Okay.
Now I'm working on a Telecaster, which is a tele-styled electric ukulele for my 22-month-old son, so he will stop trying to steal Dad's guitar.
He won't stop trying to steal Dad's guitar, but good effort.
That's fantastic.
Now they know that there's dried meat in here and that you had cuddles, that's it. We've lost the ability to bargain with the
In a
puppies.
puppy's safe zone, that's what we need. Let the dog out. She give her a quick screen time and I'll take her back up. She wants to be centre of the attention.
Oh, you can't actually see her. Ow, I just hit my head on that camera.
Oh no, everything's going.
It's all fun and games. Hey baby girl, how you doing? Do I smell like meat? I do. Yeah, say hi to, this one's called Baby. And she's gorgeous and fluffy and all that jazz. Camera 3, there we go. There you are. Can you actually see her face? They're Cavapoos, Cavalick Charles crossed poodles. They're absolutely gorgeous. Pass Pippin?
Oh, I'll take him up. You go, Steph.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh my god. Oh no. Pain. Oh, got me. Ah, there we go. So, and this is Pippin, Baby's brother. Yes, I smell that meat. Don't kiss me. No kisses. Say hi to the camera. There. What's that? Who's that? Yes. Food. Definitely food. Go away. Okay. Alrighty. Now back to work. So it's essentially that. And we want about 23 millimeters. So I'm going to cut 25. And we want, say, 20, so 22.
Okay. Super chat from Terry Love. He sent a link to a hurdy-gurdy maker in the UK.
Whose workshop I can visit.
Oh yeah, so it's
Can you imagine if I'd stopped building guitars and I just went into hurdy-gurdies? You guys would be so pissed. And it would all be your fault. Sorry, carry on.
we'll check that one out.
What are they called?
Claire Doug, I think.
Okay.
There's a super chat from Wolford Guitars.
Hey.
I'm late, had work, and then went to Anderson's to collect the B stock guitar I'm harvesting for parts.
Oh, fantastic.
also, how many times has Ben said chippy today?
Do you know, only, I think twice. Oh, sorry, Jasper. I didn't realise you were down there. Oh, I dropped a piece of builder. He scented it from across the garden. Okay, I'm going to clear off the bandsaw quickly, which is an absolute mess. Queries, do you have any questions?
Okay, I'm just going down. Yeah, there's a super chat from JS Trucking Guitars. You just had to use that colour of collar, didn't you? He looks like a curly Scooby-Doo.
Can you hear them in the background?
They're not happy.
They're saying my public demand me.
Back Roger's saying, Tanya, you should advise Ben to take a proper 5-minute break and always sit down to eat. Eating standing causes stress hormone cortisol and will aggravate ADHD.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I should probably not do live streams at all, to be honest. But
No,
hey,
you probably shouldn't.
it is what it is. Okay, my microphone is off. Always adjust your bandsaw so that the stop will basically catch your fingers if you sneeze or something like that. The only difficulty actually is here. Yeah, I'm used to gluing on wings afterwards. But anyway. Okay, and we're back. All right. 12-inch radius clamping coil to help keep things straight and organized. Yeah, I need to flatten this where the cut was, get that nice and organized and straight, and from there we can use the faceting technique of carving a guitar neck.
I managed to get myself in shot there by mistake.
Did you? Oh no. I think we'll all just get used to it. Okay. Now I know I'm not supported under there. I'm not putting much pressure on at all. It's just holding it flat. That being said, it really is poor form. So what can I do about that?
I was trying to put the headphones on Jasper, but he's probably very deaf by now anyway.
Was that what you were trying to do?
I was trying to...
Put headphones on the puppy. Ear defenders.
Yeah, he's probably really deaf by now.
That's hilarious.
Sweet Tea Guitars has sent a super chat.
Sweet tea.
He says, it's a penalty for hijacking the stream talking about wood suppliers. Self-imposed fine.
We're all interested in wood suppliers. It's all good. Okay. Shinto saw rasp. Isn't Shinto the religion? Shinto is a Japanese religion, isn't it? Shinto is.
Is it a region? Because often things get named the same if they come from a similar region.
I'm sure it's a religion. Well, tell me in the comments, please.
Tell us in the comments.
That's the sort of thing that if I named a country, if I named a company Christianity or whatever, I'd be run out of town. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Always be learning, always be thinking.
It's a religion.
Yeah. Isn't it weird that they've called a tool company Shinto in that case?
Shinto, the way of the gods is the meaning according to Like Vin. It's the indigenous faith of the Japanese people.
Yeah.
Again, another comment the same. Shintoism.
So essentially, I mean, tools, the way of the gods, making things. I'm down with that. So I'm slightly lifting the leading edge of the tool, and I'm cutting with that edge there. Part of the time, and then the other times I'm doing other things. So I'm just going to stop trying to explain myself.
Smell again.
Yes, roasted sycamore. It's delicious. Okay. Dial indicator. Fairly chunky, 24. I should have bandsawed more off. And 26. Now, remember this guitar is being raffled off, and as such, I can do anything I want. But I'm going to take a few millimeters off just to make it more comfortable for the general public. Now, at this stage, we've been streaming for 3 hours. I have finalised the finish on the fretboard. I have installed the frets, I've installed the side dot inlays, sanded the fretboard down, and we're on to the carving, the carving process now.
Super chat from Terry Love says, "What have I missed while away starting my ham and cheese toasties?
Oh,
I'll know when they're done when the smoke alarm goes off."
oh yeah. Not much. I waffled a little bit. Waffles.
We've already had waffles mentioned in the chat.
Is Mr. Waffle
I think
watching?
we're getting waffles at the weekend.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to clamp this down a little bit more securely this time and work at one end rather than the other, and then swap over. I do have a bit of material to remove, come to think of it. So, yeah. I think that's probably Talitha saying she's here.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll go.
Oh, sister, my sister. Well, my wife is going to come and pick you up. Pick you up. Let you in, I suppose. Suppose. As long as the sort of artillery, the sentries didn't shoot you, you're probably allowed in, really. Auto sentries. Autobots. Autobots! Shut up. I'm hungry. See you later. Bye. I went from Halo to Transformers there, and I don't know exactly how. So I'm taking down to the line on this side and on that side. And then you bisect. How are you, Talitha? Feels like we only did this a few days ago.
You did.
What, seriously? Ah! All right, so we've removed a few millimeters of wood there, but what we should have is a nice flat section of neck that is the right dimension. From there we can start faceting to get our curve. Yep, no, even on the baritone my straight edge is too long. How about that? Yeah, a little hump there. Now the trick to do is hold it up. I've got lots of straight edges in my room, straight lines, ceilings and things. Straight-ish lines. The shed wasn't put up particularly well, this one. Oh, what do you think of the new Proto shed?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be more to that end, but it's central.
Of course it's central, it's symmetrical. You can't have two sheds with the same pitched roof and have one off. That would be architectural hell. Or, I don't know, fun to look at.
So you're going to take these doors off?
I'm going to remove half of this wall. Okay, do you have any news, any interesting stuff, any gossip?
No.
Do you?
Mixed Guitar says, brave to assume your walls are straight.
Yeah, it's more the trussing up in the roof that's fairly good to look at, to be honest. This stuff is fine. Say hi to Talitha. So yeah, you can look at that and it's okay. Anyhow, I am running low on energy, I must say.
Nick Jones says, we have asymmetric guitars, so why not asymmetric sheds?
Damn straight. Then why is your shed not level? Well, I've never had to worry about, a gift. I've never had to worry about a spirit level on a guitar before. Why should I worry about it when I'm shed? Or, yeah. Thank you very much, Talitha. This is a treat.
Lisa Harshberger. Talitha, Ben gave out power today to the troublemakers. What?
Could you please make Lisa a moderator? There was some spam, and both Creeverai and SC Guitars are at work today. So I made Paul Needs, Terry Love, and Sweet Tea moderators.
That's dangerous.
I do think that Paul Needs' wife, is it Beth?
Beth. Yes.
Yeah, I think she needs to be made a moderator as well if we see her again.
Okay.
Or when we see her again, sorry. Just for fun.
Super chat from Terry.
I did tell Terry to put himself in a timeout for being cheeky.
Did he do it?
No, I don't think so.
Super chat from Terry to say,
Terry.
is the shed extension going to be a one-day build?
It's already been a day and a half. It took me... Basically, I'm doing it myself. I didn't want to... I think I'll need some help with the roof at some point, potentially. But all of this I'm just doing on my own, and that includes lumping all of the material down. There's a passageway in between ourselves and next door that it has to all be lumped through, and taking doors off hinges to get stuff. It's not fun. So yeah, it took me from 9:30 to 1 o'clock yesterday just to get all the material. Just to get all of the material down. I was just being sure that I didn't drop the sawdust on the dog. But no, to answer your question, no, Terry. Absolutely not. There will be a one-day build in the future, and it'll catch you all by surprise.
Dave says, pro-level sarcasm from Terry Love.
Yeah.
And Paul Needs says, ooh, I'm a moderator?
I'm pretty sure he is.
You didn't tell him.
He wasn't there. Double check. I'm pretty sure I did click on your name.
No, but I've got the option to add moderator.
Oh no, make him a moderator then. Who else did I add as moderator then?
Oh dear. What have you done?
Uh-huh.
Super chat from JS Trucking. Ben, you made Paul Cook the moderator.
Oh, Paul Cook.
Not Paul Needs. I can see that in the chat.
Haha, my bad. Quick, take it away from Paul Cook. Who's Paul Cook? Okay. At this stage, we've got... oh, sorry, Jasper. Watch out for those tripod legs, mate. At this stage, we've got the faceting to do. And it's a fascinating process.
Time out for Ben.
Please put me in a timeout, please.
Dave says, can we all be moderators?
No, not yet. We'll see how big the channel gets. So basically,
Super chat from Grady the Roadie to say responsibility can be dangerous at times.
yeah.
And a super chat from Number Cruncher, spelled with a K for crunch. Currently messaging with my friend Olga in Ukraine, who moved west with her little boy when the shelling and rockets got too close to the house. She told me about her friends who are in Mariupol. Thanks for doing this, Ben.
No, it's a pleasure. It's the least we can do, and yeah, the whole thing just sucks. Okay. I've now got two sections here that I'm just going to take away straight away, and that's going to create the initial facets. At this point, though, I'm also, because I'm going to be resting the guitar on the bench, I need to push on something. This is going to sit like that.
I've got a couple of questions.
Okay, feed me questions while I fix this camera view, actually.
Cool. Buck Rogers. Could you ask Ben about neck thicknesses and what he's noticed people prefer as to shape? Oh, and spoke shave.
Yeah, spoke shave does work really well. Was I adjusting the camera that you guys are looking at? I'm sorry, I hate it when I do that. It makes people ill and seasick and all that jazz. People prefer, in general, 20mm to about 22. They don't want anything much more acute than that difference. And just a traditional standard C shape is what most people like, because most people haven't experienced anything else. Personally, a V to a C is really comfy. So yeah, it's all subjective. I put that away. Okay, so yeah, I mean, a spoke shave is an absolutely valid option. I like my spoke shaves, and I could, if the grain was doing, of course it's not. The grain's a little bit weird, yeah. But I could use the spoke shave to get that. With this faceting process, though, it's so quick with a Shinto saw rasp. Because I have my lines that I'm going to, I don't have to think too hard about it. So I've gone flat to one side, and let's just go down here. Jasper is not currently sitting there wanting to learn how to play guitar, Jasmine, Talitha.
I know, he smells the biltong.
Oh yeah, he knows all about the biltong. That's why he's still in here. So we've got those two, and then it is literally just a case of joining them together.
Robert I was shouting at you. PPE, Ben.
What PPE? Dust mask maybe, but it's really big shavings. I'm more worried about braiding my fingers off, to be honest, than anything else.
He also asks, was there a truss rod rattle when you wrapped the neck with your knuckle?
Yes, actually, was spotted. Excuse me. There was a little bit of a rattle there, which surprises me. But done. Just a little bit of tightness on there. I'm wondering if so normally I don't pad out the inside of the channel because it's wrapped in a rubber, in a sort of a blue plastic stuff. That appears to be more solid than I'm used to in this particular case. So maybe I need to run a little bit of soft tape or something inside the cavity as well. So. Okay, now I'm making this into more of a D shape. What you generally do is draw the center line in, mark a line halfway between the center line and the edge of the guitar, and then halfway down. I'm playing around at the moment. And I suggest that you do exactly the same. Now I'm filing to this line. And then once I've got that straight, I'll then go over and file to the other side. Oh my darling. The camera's on me here. Sorry everybody, I got food now. I don't care about you anymore. You're dead. Oh, toasted cheese.
Not that we're suggestible or anything.
Not that we're suggestible or anything. Beautiful, thank you very much.
What is that what the chat asked for?
I think it was Terry said, what have I missed? I've just, I'll know when my toasted cheese sandwiches are done when the smoke alarm goes. These tomatoes are gorgeous. Mm.
I have an interesting question from John Young.
John.
Is superglue required for fret ends on a bound fretboard if you have used wood glue in the slots?
Absolutely not. It shouldn't. Now, it shouldn't as a matter of course be required, but every now and then you've got a weird guitar that just is weird. So if you're using good quality fret wire, it really shouldn't happen. If you've got cheaper fret wire, softer fret wire somehow, then you might need to seal that. But it's the exception rather than the rule. And there's another helicopter. Sorry. Could you find that stool for me? I think there's a stool somewhere around about there. Don't you have a chair? Oh, that must have been taken. Oh. Okay. I am going to sit down and I am going to have some food. And you guys can ask questions. Yep.
So, super chat from Sun Bass.
Hey.
I've seen your bass, cigar box, and many guitar builds. Ever build a simple lap steel style guitar?
No, and you're the second person to ask today. I would like to build a bass lap steel, which was suggested earlier. Okay. I'm going to mute my microphone, but you'll still be able to hear me through the overhead ones. Okay. I'm not entirely sure if I'm ever going to be able to stand up again. Yeah, that's how I feel, Jasper. Jasper's retired. He's done enough work. Okay, anyway, questions, comments, or talk to Talitha and ask her questions, we'll see.
Terry Love, Sabrina's having tomatoes, toasted cheese, and sawdust for lunch. No, what?
Boring tasteless Doritos with a side of sawdust.
Rocket Punk Art. Ben, I got my hands on an old Armagnac bottle box from my granddad.
Cool.
It's the perfect size for a cigar box, although I never built one. Do you have any links to provide help?
No links, but first of all, check out how much that box is worth, because some old advertising stuff like that is worth a chunk of money. That being said, I did a cigar box build series on the channel, which was my first cigar box guitar ever, and it's on the main Crimson Guitars channel. And we also had a guitar building competition where 4 or 5 of us built cigar box guitars in a room together.
I think it was 4.
The editor says 4. The helicopters won't shut up today.
They've got you under surveillance. They've tweaked.
Damn it. Oh. There's salami in here as well.
Right, I can't remember who wrote this comment, but someone's asking about the raffle. You said that, oh, here it is. Nope, that's not the right one.
Yeah.
You said the raffle's ending tomorrow. The
I think
time
so.
is actually 2 days, 9 hours and 14 minutes.
What day is it today?
Today is Friday, so it's ending on Sunday.
I can't see the date because the sword hand on my watch here is 25th. Okay, my bad. Yes, the raffle is ending on Sunday evening.
Okay.
The day after the edit would have gone live if we were putting the edits on the main channel. I understand. My bad. I suck with numbers and dates and things, and at this point, it's already been an intensely long week.
And I'm just trying to find the total donations. So far, the super chat is at £252.
Now, I've told people with the super chat to please, at this stage, it's people who've, this is now the 3rd live stream. I don't want people to feel like they have to donate when they've already done it on 2 previous streams.
Okay. And
I'm feeling quite guilty about
dragging this
about dragging this on. It's, you know, I'm really happy that we're raising so much money, but also I'm aware that this is a very small community, and most people don't have the spare funds to especially given how much just everything's going up. So yeah.
I'm struggling to log into Raffles, so it'll be.
No, there's another screen open, another Chrome window.
Oh, there it is.
13,295. 13,295. So, yeah. Instead of super chats, go and join the raffle if you haven't already. But yeah, and by the way, you're on camera right now, Talitha.
Why would you do that to me?
Amusement.
Because you can.
Because I can. Because I'm feeling self-conscious about eating on camera, which I just have no interest in watching other people do. Therefore, I'm not going to force people to watch me.
Terry Love says Jasper and I are both retired.
Are you now? I like the thought of retiring.
You'd never not do something.
Yeah. The concept of retiring. The actual doing, I don't think I have it in me.
Bulgarian Evolution says, wow, this chat has gotten so bad it needs 6 mods. Did SC and Creeverai jump ship?
They're just working today. Talitha, could you help that dog get that bit of biltong that's in it up underneath some wood? It's my bad. I went a little crazy. I was making people moderators and suddenly, yeah, there were a bunch more.
Well, no, everyone wants to be a moderator.
Nah, not in the mood anymore, sorry.
Gody the Roadie says, pink strat copy on the wall. What's happening with that? Will it be a mod video?
Mm-hmm.
Where? Over there. It's tiny.
It's a sort of 1/3 size child's strat. I have 3 of that style instrument in the building right now.
John Young, grilled cheese. Totally making a grilled cheese when I get home. Then routing pickup and control cavities.
After I'm done, I'm going to be routing some pickup cavities. Woohoo! I'm sorry, I'm back on camera again. There we go. You're on camera.
Question from Bartissimo.
Mm-hmm.
Ben, of the smoothing planes currently listed on the Vintage Tool Shop, would you suggest one of the vintage Stanley Bailey number 4s or the number 3 or one of the others?
If you have smaller hands, a 3 is a godsend. I love my 3s. They're a little bit lighter as well and more comfortable to use. I class myself as having small hands. A number 4, however, is the one. And yeah, go for a Stanley number 4. Go for the cleanest looking one you can see. Yeah. Basically that's it. I mean, yeah. A Stanley number 4 is the ubiquitous smoothing plane, and short of spending a couple £100, you can't beat it.
Question from George Davis.
Hey George.
Ben, I have been reading on compensated nuts and how they keep a guitar in perfect tune. What are your thoughts?
I haven't looked into them in about a decade or so. I've done some work with them. It does work with regards to open tunings, But once you start fretting things, it ceases to become any use, in my opinion. I can't physically see how that would be anything other. Now, it really is a long time since I last thought about them, so I could very well be wrong, and I would love to be told otherwise. Compensated frets does make it perfectly in tune, but I want to say that I don't believe that a guitar should be perfectly in tune. We have 100 years of music played on guitars that have got built-in dissonances and incongruities, and that is what makes the music gorgeous. Now, if you want to have a guitar that is absolutely perfectly in tune, then you also have to have a bass that is perfectly in tune, and a keyboard, and a singer who can sing perfectly. We all know what autotune bloody sounds like, don't we? I just don't think that it's necessary. I think what we've got sounds great, and it's because of the issues. It's our blemishes that make us beautiful. That's why I did this.
Okay. Super chat from Australia.
And I wanted to scare my daughters, who'd just been born, prospective suitors and stuff.
Yeah, probably not going to work. Super chat from Austerium. Hi guys, just back. I've been training nurses in advanced life support today at my hospital, so
That's
just
cool.
got back in time to see Ben eat. Awesome.
Go back to the nurses. It's far more fun to look at, I'm sure.
And a super chat from Terry Love to say, tea, I need to make some tea. As a Brit, tea deficiency is a serious issue. Be right back.
I wonder if Tanya's still up at the house. Do you think I could phone her?
You can try.
No, that's far too much like... I'm going to run up to the house and make myself a cup of tea for some reason. No, no reason in particular.
Lisa Harshberger says, I'm starting shooting my GGBO build tonight. So nervous about this.
Pretend that it's your best friend who's sitting in the room with you. That's all that matters. Yeah, seriously, that's it.
A question from A. Adam to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Any tips on finishing mess-ups? Using some 1K match spray and I dropped it, leaving white cracks before it was cured. I don't want to sand through the crimson stain.
Finish is so subjective. It depends on what exactly you've got. The only so it's sprayed stuff. I would spray a little bit of the finish into a receptacle and then use a paintbrush to touch up over the cracks and see if that makes them disappear. But other than that, I have got nothing. You might have to sand it back. You might be able to overspray it and the cracks would disappear. Or drop it a bit more and make the cracks a feature. But every single different formula has different things, and it's so difficult to give an accurate answer or comment about that.
Lisa Harshberger says, I actually have a degree in audio and video editing and production. Story I'm fine with, it's the build I'm worried about.
That's cool. Where are you based? I've got a certain editor who really annoys me sometimes.
Can't say that about Bear.
Oh, I'm broken. Building this shed is far too much like hard work. I went up to the house last night and the first thing is out of my mouth where this feels like I'm doing a real job for a change. Oh, poor thing.
Mike Hubert asks, is there an idiot's guide to pickups, tuners, bridges and such? The sheer volume of stuff out there is kind of hard to wade through.
I'm an idiot. I'll guide you. Not really. Now, I am in the process of writing a book that would cover that, and the concept behind my book is that I'm taking your questions, and as many questions as humanly possible, and in the book answering them. So, because I've been building guitars for so long, I forget some of the basics, or I forget that some of the basics are even a consideration. So somebody who's never done binding, for example, will worry about it, and I don't even consider it because I know how to do it. So I'm essentially being led by the questions that people ask me, and that should help that book be exactly what you're asking for. I just haven't finished writing it yet.
Reading it.
Yeah. Okay, I need to run up to the house because...
Before you go, this
reasons.
is an interesting question.
Okay.
Sorry. From Garage Master Guitars. Hi Ben.
Greetings.
Any advice on adding veneer to a fretboard? I'll radius the fretboard blank first and use a sucky bag as a clamp.
Sucky bag, I like it. Okay. How thick of a veneer? Essentially, location is something. If necessary, you will want to use locating pins. I used to build traditional viola da gambas. I studied the building of viola da gambas and violin family instruments for a couple of years. And with those ones, we would have I think, pearwood fingerboard with a 2mm thick ebony veneer on the front of the fingerboard. And you used to wet one side of the fingerboard, wait till it reached the curve that you wanted, and then clamp it on using a clamping caul, etc. We didn't use sucky bags, but other than that, it's fairly straightforward. It's exactly the same as anything else. The thicker the veneer, the better, in my opinion. But if you just for longevity's sake, but something 1mm or thereabouts should be fine. And yeah, at that point you might have to use moisture to do that. Okay.
No.
Knows what? I'm even framing it better now. There we go. Yeah. There you go. Look at that.
Is this to stop me doing anything?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching the live stream as I go up and make myself a cup of tea quickly. And yeah, just making sure.
Okay. Is your mic muted?
My mic is muted and off. I've started muting it in my pocket and turning it off there, just in case you went for a lark and turned it on. Not that you'd be that mean.
No, I wouldn't do that because that would just ruin.
That would be
Nice.
terrifically horrible. Yeah. Okay, 360 people watching. That is better than I thought it would actually be, given the move to the other channel. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Everybody ask Talitha the most horrifically personal questions you can think of about her.
I didn't bring any baby photos of Ben.
Not allowed.
Shane Doherty, I'm here, missed most of last Monday, had no idea about today. Most of us didn't know about today until like Wednesday. So we're all in the same boat. Gustav, quick, hide the shade. Where's a good invisibility cloak when you need one? Ali N. I quite like pineapple on pizzas. Curtis Topin. Would I rather fight a horse-sized duck or 1,000 duck-sized horses? That sounds like a swarm issue, so probably the one horse-sized duck. The Cook 415, is the raffle open to people living in the USA? Yes, the raffle is open worldwide, and the reason we can do that is because this site has taken into account the legalities of running raffles all over the world, and they make sure everything is correct and proper for us. It does take a percentage of the final takings, but it's a safety net so that it's all fair and legal and above board. Crispy duck for days, Terry Love. Bulgarian Evolution. I emailed a few pics I took of a local squirrel that used to hang out with us. Stephen hasn't forwarded me that, but I will contact him to find out where that is. This must be so boring for you guys. Oh, shame. Bulgarian Evolution. Chubby was pretty cool before a local cat got hold of him and chewed half his tail off. Oh. Gary Simmons. What is the story with the stuffed squirrel? So, several years ago we had a student, you might know him, Gavin, who is Sad Fernando Guitars. And he gifted Ben the first stuffed squirrel toy, and then he gifted me the second, and they had to be together, so they're both in Ben's workshop.
I mean, you only reunited them after...
About a year and a half.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but the reason...
A chunk of time.
Oh, the reason was that Gavin's mum thought Ben was hilarious with all his squirrel comments, and knew that Gavin was coming for a course.
I didn't know that.
They brought you the squirrel.
I didn't realise it was via Gavin's mum. That's cool.
Yeah, she used to be a teacher, probably specialising in not autistic but Asperger's kids. And she said your distractions and digressions reminded her of her students that she loved. And she laughed at one of your videos, and he had to bring you a squirrel.
Oh, there we go. That I did not know. Okay. Alrighty. We've been going for 3 hours and 50 minutes, and yeah. I'm going to use the spook shift.
Austerium. I had biltong for the first time the other day and I loved it. Sure, it's not as nice as yours though.
Yeah. Where has it been your whole life? It's one of those things. It really is an acquired taste, and I'm really happy that nobody else in my immediate family likes it.
So you can keep it all to yourself. That's cheeky.
Absolutely. Okay, so I need to clamp this vise into the workbench so that I can hold the neck while I use the spoke shave. Work holding is the biggest issue that, or a big issue that we have, and yeah, needs to be thought about.
There's a would you rather question from Curtis.
Hi.
Would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 1,000 duck-sized horses?
I would have to say a horse-sized duck, and I think my answer changes every time, but 1,000 tiny little things all trying to get me is a whole hell of a lot more scary than one big one that I can sort of at least hide from.
Plus ankle-high horses, they can bite.
Yeah.
Terry Love, Super Chat. Spoke shave, is that the thing like an angle grinder?
I'm not going to do that to us.
You could mute it.
No, I do have the angle grinder carving there, but it's this system is not really cut out for that sort of stuff.
I know. Bartissimo, I should have known better than to ask that question about the planes during the live stream. The number 3 is gone. Sold. Oh well, at least someone will use it.
Damn it. I'm so sorry. Okay, so at this stage, let's get camera 2. Camera 2's fine. Same exact process. Spoke shave. There's my line all the way down there, so I'm going to shave to that line. There's a little bit of a vibration in here. Okay, and then my grain, it's a little bit cross-grained. So we'll go to there. Now, Japanese saw rasp again. Create that angle. Oh, by the way, I didn't bring Talitha a tea or a coffee because she doesn't drink tea or coffee, and I don't think a hot chocolate this early in the day is necessarily a good idea.
Plus
It's really warm
Yeah.
for the UK. It's like, what, 14 degrees or something?
So
Really warm.
He's not being inconsiderate or anything, it's just I'm odd.
You can say that again. Oh wait, that was a very inconsiderate statement, wasn't it?
And Lisa Harshberger said that she's in the US and she would never take my job. Female editors have to stick together.
Fair enough. Can't blame a man for trying. I'm standing here trying to figure out if I would actually be interested in carrying on this whole YouTube thing if I wasn't working with you, Talitha. Of course I bloody would.
Yeah. You'd find some young 17-year-old who knows the latest.
The latest. I was wondering where you were going with
softwares and
that.
styles
I was
and-
about to get insulted, but just, yeah. Somebody who's more in with the crowd. Okay, now the problem I've got here is I've got a spoke shave that has a fairly wide mouth and a curved sole, and I've got a relatively flat sole super fine mouth spoke shave. Neither of them are actually perfect for this job. And this is why I tend to prefer using the saw rasp.
Question from Lutheria de Pobre.
Hi.
Hi Ben, how
Howdy.
would you approach an acoustic build using a gourd as the body of an instrument?
I would do it in the same way that you would a cigar box guitar, with a neck going through from end to end, and thus providing the strength for the strings, etc. Now I know that they have made instruments like that in the past, so yeah, it's definitely worth looking at.
Ben Timon wants to know if that's a flat bottomed spoke shave or curved.
Both of them are basically curved. I think that it would be better with a flat soled spoke shave. Also, I do have a bit of cross-grained wood going on. Here we go, so this is better. Now I've got a tiny little squirrel plane, Miller's Falls, and it's got a relatively open mouth. You can have two number 4s, two number 5s, if you've got one with an open mouth, it's for this sort of hogging out work. And then you've got something with a very fine mouth like this, and that is for the last final passes. It's like trying to using this spoke shave with a very fine mouth to do this whole job is like using 300 grit sandpaper as the first sandpaper and to go from rough rasp to finished. It just takes 10 times as long for no reason.
Or cleaning a toilet with a toothbrush.
How do you know this, Talitha?
JS Trucking Super Chat.
This is working perfectly.
JS Trucking says, you mean he finally answered my question why he wasn't using the spoke shave?
I did answer your question when you asked it. You must not have been paying attention, mate. But
and a super chat from Terry Love to say, Ben, think about it. No Talitha, no more biltong.
thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I really need to think about these things before I speak. Okay, so this tiny plane, I'm following the line. I'm going from one groove to another that was set with this, and it is actually working faster and it's more fun. I love using planes, I really do. So yeah. And I've never considered using this plane for this job. I like it.
I love the squirrel tail handle of that plane.
Yes, they're really cool little things.
We need to welcome a new member to All That Jazz. Shane Doherty's just signed up.
Shane, welcome. We've had a bunch of people sign up for the extras because the streams are now back on extras.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, little squirrel tail plane. Gorgeous thing.
Any idea how late you intend to go today?
Not very. Okay, so I've planed to both lines. Now I need to join them in a facet. And I'm going a little bit more gently. And now you go to the spoke shave with a fine mouth. This is an HNT Gordon, they're an Australian company.
Well, and I need to go onto the other side. I've gone, it kind of feels like I've gone a little bit over on one side. Not that an asymmetrical neck is a bad thing at all, but in this case I do want it to be proper, I tell you.
Super chat from JS Tracking to say, I asked in the regular chat when Tanya was relaying the questions, but she didn't see it.
Oh, I see. Sorry, somebody else must have done that. Oh, I forgot about my tea.
And Terry Love says, okay, the Crimson Tool Shop is about to sell out of squirrel tail planes.
Oh, I doubt we even have any. They don't stick around for long at all. The alternative is a little 101 or the 500 quid 101 and a half, which, oh, it's up at the house, would maybe even be better because it's even shorter.
Cody the Roadie says, I used a plane last night to do the beveling on the center cover for my double neck. Don't know why I didn't think of it before.
When it's the right tool for the job, it's the right tool for the job. So yeah, I'm just evening this out. Part of the issue is actually an optical illusion because part of it is a perfect finish from this and the other bit is off the Japanese, the Shinto saw rasp. But
Thomas Carell, it would be hilarious and cool if the Crimson Shop sold squirrel plushies, possibly holding a little plushie guitar.
Make it happen, please, Talita.
And I've still got to find a way to do your tattoos as a plushie.
Well, wait, the tattoos are going to be changing at some point in the not too distant.
Oh, poop.
Okay. We're good. Whoops, I just smacked my M6 Mark II with the guitar neck. That's a bad idea. Okay, now the next stage is to again draw a few lines. Tell you what, let's get an overhead view of that. Okay, so the next stage is we want to bisect this line and also the outer curve, but wait, get off there. Now you can use this method and adjust where the lines go to get any shape that you so desire. It just takes a little bit of preparation beforehand. In other words, don't do what I do.
What do you say?
No, plan ahead. no. Mumbling Productions.
Hey.
The tattoos are going to be changing. Lots of question marks. But all the work I put into my ball cap. Selfish, that is.
Probably not before GGBO.
Yeah.
Okay, now, Mumbling Productions, I heard that you thought that you were banned from Crimson. It's the opposite.
No,
I need you to come and visit, or was that a joke?
It's not a restraining order.
Yeah,
It's
somebody...
an open invitation.
Yeah. Whoops.
Speaking of tattoos, Terry Love wants to know if you're going to be adding colour. And JS Tracking says, please don't get the wig.
No, I'm not getting the wig. I was at IKEA the other day and in one of their sets they had some wigs and I thought it was funny.
I just love the colours.
I'm not entirely sure. Basically, the tattoo was in the process. The crow section is a cover-up of an earlier Phoenix thing, and I can't get the crow doing exactly what I want it to do because the Phoenix underneath is a little bit too prominent. So I need to actually get some of that lasered off. I need a shorter ruler. Yeah, so that I can get the crow finished. And so I was doing all of that, and then COVID hit. So yeah, stopped. Anyway, so I've now got another couple of
Shane Doherty wants to know if you meant plan ahead or plane ahead.
a bit of both. So I've now got these two sections to remove, and yeah, it's the same thing. You can either plane away, or at this stage is very short work with a saw rasp. And I start by rasping to one of the lines. I then go to the other. And then you bisect them.
Terry Love thought you'd like this t-shirt.
I like it very much. And you can see how I'm starting to get, you know, a very comfortable looking curve with zero worry or concern. Even after I carved 100 guitar necks, every single time I got to that stage, especially if there were really nice inlays on the other side, I was scared that I was going to mess it up and have to redo all of that work. At this point, it is almost literally a no-brainer, which is what we're after. Nice. Okay, and then we've got one final. There it is. Nobody stole my pencil. Don't worry. And then we've got one final edge here. Now, I tend to cut up to the edge of the fretboard. So I'll use the side of the fretboard as my line. And in this particular case, I don't want to actually bisect this facet here. I want to go a little bit closer to the line as it currently stands. Tell you what, let me just use this. Just to there you go. So I'm literally using the gentle side of the saw rasp. And that's given me more of a D shape. I'm going to do the same thing on the other side and then decide whether I like it or not.
There's a super chat from Zach Sharp.
Zach, thank you for your support.
He says, cheers from Oklahoma in the States. Love your content.
Thank you.
I have learned a lot over the past year watching your videos as I began building. Just wanted to support the cause and we'll see you in GGBO.
Looking forward to it. And thank you. Speaking of which, Talitha,
No.
do you know what date it is?
You built yours already.
Yeah, finished. Done. Dusted. Completely sorted. I'm that cool.
No, it can't be that bakery. No! I'm not ready. Literally, I'm nowhere near ready.
So yeah, we've got a bunch of pages to make on GGBO website, don't we? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm just going to make the same shape on this side.
Peacock says it's like magic. Once there was a blocky thing, and then a few waves of the magic wand, there's a neck.
There is. It smells delicious. Okay. So, yeah, well, I mean, yes, it really is. It's such a simple concept. Now, we're actually in the process of sorting out. Damn it, that's going to be so cool. we're in the process of sorting out neck templates or neck shape templates. But one of the things that you should be able to do with that is figure out how to get that shape by this faceting technique. And I think actually I'm going to see if we can work that into the template itself. That could be cool. Okay.
Bulgarian Evolution says, wow, that file coming at my face on the big screen was like them 3D movies where things pop out the screen at you.
I was a little bit worried about the camera. So that's 24, and that's 22.
MTM IT guy says, hello Ben, enjoying your one-day builds. I recently tried to turn my 13-year-old daughter onto your channel, but she has severe ADHD and all she can see is the squirrel over your right shoulder.
Which is why the squirrel is there, because I have the same issue. Potentially not as severe though, or at least I've found coping mechanisms. Okay. Now, at this stage, I'm finding that I don't actually like the shape that I've come up with very much. I'm not a particular fan of a D shape, and it is the matter of a few minutes to reduce the shoulder by changing my lines and, well, adjusting. It's still going to be a fairly chunky neck, but no, I want the shorter ones. I really do.
So a continuation from MTM IT guy.
Okay.
I did get to purchase 2 raffle tickets to help out with the situation in Ukraine. I still have family there. 3rd generation Ukrainian American. Thank you again for what you're doing, Jason B.
It's an absolute pleasure, and yeah, may the odds be in your favour
And your family
on
are safe.
behalf of the raffle, but also, you know, I hope that your family are very, very safe at this point. I didn't think that the situation would still be going on if the guitar ended up being more than a one-day build. I was hoping that the whole thing would be finished and it would be a moot point. That is unfortunately not what's happened. Okay.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Terry. Who's Terry? Oh, that Terry. I like that one.
I'd love to see Tina S test out some of the Crimson builds.
Could you take a photo of that? Because I really like that idea too. Sometimes it's just easier drawing the line without a ruler. I've got a bunch of reference points anyway. And I'm just reducing this shoulder to make it more comfortable. Come on. So I've just had a software updatey thing, and that's obviously, well, the phone's just being noisy. And Talitha's sending me messages from like a metre away. I probably asked you to photograph something, didn't I?
JS Tracking says, oh come on Ben, don't quote Hunger Games.
Why not? I mean, it's pretty much the only thing other than a silhouette of a pretty young thing with a bow that's in my head. She used a bow, didn't she?
I was thinking hair bow.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Oh, boy.
It's like there was a guy over at our local timber yard who, this is a long time ago, and some of you might have heard this story. We were sitting there and they had some snake wood, which is really nice, really, really, really nice wood. And it is traditionally used for making high-end violin bows. It's incredibly expensive wood. I'm talking a small half of a, say, 6-inch log or 5-inch log, about 4 foot long, will cost you £500–600. More if it's better quality wood. And I'm talking to this guy, and he mentioned that he was really, really unhappy with snakewood. And why? What's wrong with it? It's amazing stuff. And he's like, well, you know, I made a bow with it, and it just snapped in seconds. He had made an archery bow out of most assuredly the absolute worst wood for the job, and wasted huge amounts of money because he'd heard that it was good wood for a bow.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Learn from his mistake. Read the instructions. I was so happy when I found the shed's instructions this morning, or yesterday. Oh, yes. There we go. So removing this facet has got me where I want to be.
Light Shadows says, seems funny that you were holding the neck as if it were a stand-up bass while you're talking about bows.
Good point.
Broke.
Ouch.
Neck has warped. How much warp is too far gone to fix, and how hard is it to replace the truss rod?
Hard.
And how much warp is too much?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just finalising this neck shape. So you can see I'm using my finger here as the depth stop, and it's keeping everything aligned. Okay, it's not necessarily about the warp, it is about the value of the guitar. If the guitar is only... you're going to have to take... Depends where the truss rod broke, depends how the truss rod broke. There is a repair. There's a repair toolkit that StewMac do, and I'm very aware that they are our only competition. They are our competition, but they do a very cool tool that burrows in and will re-thread the end of a truss rod. So if you've broken off right at the end, go and buy that. If the guitar is worth more than the kit is and your time. If not, you're gonna have to take the fretboard off and do a whole refret, a whole brand new fretboard, and potentially refinish the neck. Something that we would probably charge hundreds and hundreds of pounds for. We would certainly charge hundreds and hundreds of pounds. I'm not sure how much, but lots. And if the guitar isn't worth that much, no matter how much bow you've got, it's just not worth doing the job. Now, with a good truss rod, you should be able to sort out most bowing issues. but it's up to yeah. You have to do it on a case-by-case basis. Okay. So with this last facet coming off, I'm going to end up with a fairly chunky. It's a little bit thicker than I would normally do on a standard guitar, but very shapely neck. It's not a traditional C shape. It's sort of a combination between the two, but it's going to be, well, very comfortable. And you can also see that it took very little effort and certainly very little thought to get to. Nice.
Oh, he says it's not worth much, but it was his mum's. I'll let him down easy.
The other, and it's not necessarily the monetary value of the guitar. How much is it worth to you? How much is the experience worth to you? If you're going to enjoy the process, you know, for example, I've taken on repairs to do on the channel, not because it was financially viable to do, but because it would be an interesting video. And I'd make a little bit of ad revenue or keep you guys interested, basically, by doing that. So there could be other values to the project. So, yeah.
There's also sentimental value to the owner of the guitar.
Emphatically, yeah. I mean, I've seen people pay stupid amounts of money to do work on instruments or jewellery or whatever that has no value, but other than sentimental. And they don't care about that, about the cost. So, yeah.
I have another repair question.
Okay.
Light shadows. I have a custom shop LP with nitro finish. There's a rather big blemish on the face. What would be the best and easiest way to remove the blemish with standard at-home tools, staying on a budget?
I can't even answer. There are far too many variables. If it's a dent, if it's a cavity, I don't know. It could be just a stain on the wood, on the finish. I really can't help you with that. Now, for standard dented nitro finish, you can actually use nail varnish as a repair. If you've got something to fill, super glue also works very well. But yeah, anything more than that, I can't really help. Now, rotating the neck against the skyline, or just against a background that isn't the neck, you will be able to see if there are any bumps and issues. And of course I found one where I didn't quite get up to the fretboard, just in that spot. And that there is how to carve a neck. Click like and subscribe. That there is not how to carve a neck. I'm not finished yet. I've still got the angles on the volute and where it joins the body. And I also need to do some thinking about the neck heel.
We need to welcome Mark Sausage Fingers to Cool Beans.
Welcome, Mark Sausage Fingers. How are you?
And this is a fun would you rather question from Jeremy Cole.
Okay.
Would you rather do a hand tool build guitar out of Wenge and Paduk, or make a hurdy-gurdy out of resin?
I have to say the first one, because I don't think... Well, no, hurdy-gurdy out of resin. Yeah, certainly. I'm lazy at heart. At least I'd learn something. Okay, so I'm going in just to bring that carve in, and a rasp is your best friend here. It's flat on one side, curved on the other. It's called a half round rasp. Now you can see I'm holding it, I've got forefinger on it, fingers wrapped around the other side, and I've got a couple of fingers on the end. I have total control over where this rasp is going. I had to stop rasping while I said that, just in case I slipped and stabbed myself by mistake. Somehow. I'm going to do a little bit more of this, and now I've got a curve on this side. I want to basically match it on the other, so yeah, I'll just draw roughly what I did on that. But I also need to plane that. But do I? No, I don't. Okay. Change of mind. But Ben, you never change your mind.
Super chat from JS Tracking. You all heard him. Now it's time to supply him with lots of resin for the next build.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if the price of resin's about to go up significantly.
Yeah?
Isn't it a petroleum byproduct in general?
Oh, you might be right.
Hold on, who was that? Was it Terry that was worried about the rasp going straight at the camera?
No, it was someone else. No, just the fact that it was like a 3D experience watching it on a big screen.
I need a new workbench. Do 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 do. All right, that is part of the way there, and then I've also got to do a nice volute here. So the highest point of your volute is behind your nut. That's the shape we're going for. Now, just want to get rid of this bandsaw cut. So I've got an inside ground gouge. It's flat on the outside. I could rasp this away, but this is easier.
Cody the roadie. We're waiting for the new bench build. Video title. What makes a bench? And Sean Doherty wants to know if you're going to build a guitar out of the old bench on the new bench.
I have seriously considered doing that in the past. One of my earlier benches had a multi-laminate mahogany top, and yeah, that was my plan all along. Get famous, use old workbench as guitar body, profit. I never quite managed to do either. Okay, most of the way there. Finished with the rasp. Okay, that's far too awkward. Just because I'm filming doesn't mean I should do something silly because I can't see what I'm doing, because you can see what I'm doing. Let's just move the camera. Okay. What's up?
Lisa Harshberger thinks there should be a Crimson Guitars drinking game, only with coffee or tea, not alcohol.
Yeah, bring it on.
And JS Trucking wants to know if you're ever going to finish Jasmine's guitar. It's been hanging there for weeks. It's time to finish it.
I have so Saturday's video, i.e. tomorrow, is going to be me doing these cool sterling silver hex inlays in it, and then the following Saturday is the final video of the series. I swear. Nothing else can go wrong in between then and now, can it?
With you, anything could happen.
It's not all my fault. It's all my fault.
It's
not.
It's your fault.
Damn it, that's on camera as well now. He says, again, suddenly worrying that this wasn't being recorded properly. 4 hours and 40 minutes into the build. I mean, the day. What's up?
Rich Ether, the winner of the Boba Fett guitar, has
Oh, yeah.
joined the chat to say, "Hey all, how's the guitar looking so far?" Vax Headrooms responded, "We don't know. He's been fussing with the neck and inlay for 3 days."
I missed. This is a very good point. I need to draw my thing. The neck is nearly there. The guitar's looking great, by the way, in my mind.
There's also a super chat from Disco Stew
Yes.
to say, had to drop off for a video call. Did I miss much? Nick looks good from here. Is Terry still in admin, or is he in YouTube jail for an abuse of power?
No abuse of power so far. I would suggest that what was the first part of that question?
Which question?
That last comment.
The super chat.
Yeah.
Nick looks good from here. Had to drop off for a video call.
I had something in my head that I was going to say, and I've lost it now.
That's nice.
Awesome.
Hello.
How are you? Remember not to reveal any personal details on this stream whatsoever.
Terry Love has said in response to Disco Stew's comment, challenge accepted.
Damn it! Shadow ban. This is a little bit dusty. I should probably be wearing a dust mask, really. How was your day, Awesome?
Great.
Great.
Probably the best day I've ever had at school. What happened?
Did you
I got
kiss a girl?
boyfriend.
Oh, other way around. Fantastic. We will talk about that later.
Yes.
Um,
And also, the person who was bullying me has finally left for good.
he's left the school for good.
No, not school. He's just left me. And everybody else in my friend group has decided, well, the people I want to be with in my friend group have decided we are going to split our friend group in half. So it's just me, my friend, my other friend, and my boyfriend.
Good. Okay, well that is something that, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, what was I going to say? Arseholes always lose out in the end.
Language.
Speaking of language, please make me a cup of tea.
Shane Doherty
Thank
says
you,
this live stream gets better every day.
Well, on Monday he had a bullying issue, and yeah, we're that appears to be being sorted out now. Unfortunately, the kid in question is in foster care, and there's all sorts of stuff going on. While we do absolutely understand and empathise, that only goes so far when, yeah, your child is the one being bullied. So it is what it is. Anyway, okay.
Lisa Harshberger says, as soon as Terry Love figures out how to put Bane in timeout, he will take over.
As I have just said, I am so knackered. I would so desperately love to have some time off. But anyway, we're good. Okay, so now the camera is entirely in my way. I can't really do what I want to do, but did I? I'm sorry, I'm just replaying that conversation through in my head. My son walked in. I said, be absolutely careful not to reveal any personal details whatsoever. The very next statement is, I got a boyfriend.
Yep.
Fuck. They just don't listen to me, do they?
No.
Anyway. The very confusing thing that there was, I was fairly sure he was crushing on a girl last week, so what a day and age we live in. Okay. Look at that. This shot is also horrifically backlit. But it's arty, so we're fine.
Anthony Cunliffe wants us to release a crimson ice cream and call it Ben and Terry's. That might be subject to some copyright issues.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Some.
All of them.
Do you know that Ben & Jerry's has got a graveyard where they have tombstones for discontinued ice creams?
Yep, I knew that.
Everybody knows that. Fine, I'll shut up.
If you're a tourist in the area, you can go visit.
If I'm anywhere near the Ben & Jerry's factory, I am 100% mid-diabetic coma. Okay, just checking. Also, you walked in, I said don't reveal any personal details whatsoever, and then you proceeded to reveal pretty much the most personal detail that a human could.
What? I don't
It's funny.
see I don't see
Good.
how bad it is revealing.
No, it's not bad. It's just it is personal. And I said no personal details whatsoever, and you're
Yeah,
like,
but I'm fine revealing that kind of personal.
fair enough. Okay, good.
Because I'm not that.
Was that a dog?
That
It must
is
have been a puppy.
just-
Oh, okay. We've had Biltong in the building, so Jasper's hanging around.
Ah, yes.
Ian M says, Ben, I live an hour from the Ben & Jerry's factory. I'm jealous.
Can I come and visit? Do you have a workshop? Thank you very much for my tea, Orson. Yeah. I'm assuming your sister's come home as well. Fantastic. Okay. Well,
It's not the best of the times.
okay. I will speak to you later after this.
Mostly good.
Mostly good is good.
Some bad.
And it's Friday.
And it's Monday,
It's Friday, crikey. Okay, Orson, seriously? After last time, Mummy said that you're not actually loud on the live stream, so...
I bet
Shoo.
you.
Choo.
Last time.
Not like that.
Last time he was on, he was... It was fun, he just revealed too many personal details. So, is what it is.
Okay.
Anyway, I've got now the Iwasaki rasp here. It's beautiful, and I'm just using that to finalise this shape here.
There's a super chat from David Loveland.
David,
Say, woohoo! My new Rikon bandsaw just got delivered. I'm so excited.
excellent. Have fun. Yeah, have fun. I mean, new tool day is almost always a good day.
Ian M says, haha, yes, I have a workshop and I'm sure I could work something out.
Excellent.
And we're getting lots of ice cream flavors and name
Cool.
suggestions. So now it's Ben and Tolly's ice cream with espresso and biltong chip flavor, maple dust syrup.
Oh, nice. Actually, torrified maple dust syrup would probably taste pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm essentially at the stage where I'm just refining the curves and the shapes. And this is something that can be done, and some would say should be done, out of live stream. And while finalising the sanding, and I agree with that. So yeah, 4 o'clock. So here we have a mostly carved neck. I need to sand the back of the headstock down, potentially make it go a little bit thinner at the tip because that looks good. We need to drill those holes, so we'll do that next. The carve is very, very comfortable. It's a wider C than I would normally go for.
Bless you.
I did not sneeze in anybody's ears. It's because I care. Okay, how many people watching right now?
383.
I hope you all said bless you. Anyway, that's that. I'm really happy. This is it's one of those tasks that does require thought and finesse, and but with practice, anybody can do it. Now, tidy up a little bit.
While you're doing that, super chat from Vulcan SN.
See?
Hey Ben, lots of carving but no Iwasaki files yet, and then you picked one. Could you explain the traits of the Iwasaki files, how they behave, and when to consider them? Cheers, V.
Okay, so they are really, really good, but they are very directional. If you have cross grain, they don't want to cut. They're essentially 1,000 tiny plane blades on a rasp. And they don't like end grain. They go with the grain like a plane or a spoke shave, and that's the best way to describe them. It's all of the best characteristics of a rasp and a plane combined, really. So that's it. I use it for very gentle, very fine work when I'm finessing the final shapes and things. They do work for shaping necks. I could have used it here. And I would have ended up with a cleaner look, but yeah, it's just no, never mind at this point. Okay, let's get this vice out of the way.
Lots of bless yous. Bless you, bless you, bless you. Gesundheit, bless you. And Bulgarian Evolution says, I can't bless you until you drop a coin in the poor box.
That's a very good point.
And Will Baines says, surely the only flavour ice cream would be plain, numbers 1 to 7.
I like ice cream a lot. We would have to have a few halves in there as well. 4.5, 5.5. 10 1/4. Have you ever seen a 10 1/4 plane? It's and 10 and 9, 101, 101.5. 10 1/4 is great. The tote, yeah, there we go. The tote and the handle, in order to stop you hitting your knuckle when you are working with the plane sideways, the tote and the handle swivel like that. They're intensely rare. I have one in the drawer down there, but it needs to be restored. Flex. Okay.
Lisa Harshberger must be watching, not live, slightly behind. So I was seeing the bless yous before the sneeze, almost like there's a bunch of suckings here.
That's excellent. I'm listening to to Neil Stephenson's Cryptonomicon at the moment, and it's about code breaking and Enigma machine and all that. And this one guy didn't realise they'd broken it, but he was asked to drop a bunch of false information where the Germans could find it, giving details of convoys that hadn't happened at that point. And he was like, I don't understand this shit. Anyway.
Hello, puppies.
So you require a hot beverage.
I wouldn't say no. I do have one on the bench already,
You
but
have one on the bench already.
if you already come bearing one, I wouldn't say no.
No, this is mine.
Okay. Yeah, no, Orson arrived and I asked for a tea. Terry Love went and made himself a tea, and I immediately went off and made myself one because I'm easily led. Okay. I am so close. I'm so close.
Good.
Yeah, there we go. Have you spoken to Orson?
I've said hello, yeah.
Cool. Okay. No, I distracted myself. Here's the body. Say goodbye to the body. It's gone for now. I need to chop off the end. There. No. I'll do that later. You normally don't particularly care about the angle, but I'm going to actually think about that today. And I want to drill the tuner holes because I do, and because I said I would. So there. How was your drive, Tanya?
Fine.
All good. We do need to consider. Oh, and the Mr. Cool mug, that's Byron's. It's not mine. Just in case. I'm not that big-headed. I'm far more big-headed than that. Yeah, we're considering moving Byron's school because it's so far away from here. But anyway, problem is he's in a pretty bloody good school. So, 10mm center point bit. This is one of the Star M ones, and I'm going to drill halfway through the headstock and come in from the other side to reduce tear out, because as we have said before, this wood is a little bit... I'm expecting them to finish my statement in the chat.
I'm still getting Gesundheits and bless yous and lots of interesting wishes from Finland and France and traditional.
Oh, that's cool, actually, yeah.
Oh, there we go, Lisa, Chippy.
Nice. Okay.
Chippy, chippy, chippy like fries.
So as I start drilling, you can see the beginning of it, and you can see whether you are going in square or not. Is that focused? And yeah, that's the secret, really. And now I'm going square, don't move. And I'm just drilling partway through. There you go. No tear out. Damn it, I moved the whole camera around so I could get another sexy cool shot and I forgot to click the button.
Do it again.
I'm going to undrill the hole now.
Yep.
Yeah. It's going to quickly invent time travel. That'd be fun. All right. Yeah. Cool.
So
Coolish.
Rocket Punk Art says one of the squirrels should definitely be called Chippy. And Eric Jewell says Chippy and Thwap.
I knew that word would come back to bite me.
And lots of people saying, damn you, now I need chips.
Yeah, me too. Always put your good drill bits away as soon as you can. Okay. I need to figure out what I'm doing neck-wise.
Can you answer a quick question from Vax Headroom?
Okay.
Sure. Would you recommend practicing on cheap wood 2x4s?
No.
Or is there a significant difference in carving something more useful for actual necks?
Yes, significant difference. Cheap 2x4s have got very wide grain and incredibly hard segments of grain with very, very soft segments in between them. It does not work in the same way as other cheap timbers. In fact, pine is not that much cheaper than sapele or maple or something like that when you're talking about a piece the size of a guitar neck. Really, you know, it might be twice the price, but it's the cost of 4 coffees instead of 2 kind of thing. You know, it's not significant. It should, well, you know, it's nice saving money. It is. Being frugal is a really, really good thing. But it's so much harder to make a guitar out of pine. Specifically neck and carving and stuff like that. Sanding is also an absolute nightmare. Now, okay, here's my plan.
Super chat from Disco Stew.
Disco Stew.
This has probably been covered earlier when you had those center bits out, center points out, but I need a full set of high quality drill bits, 1mm up to wherever. Any recommendations?
100%. My absolute favourite drill bits on the planet. It depends on what you're doing, but for general woodwork and for centre point bits, this set, Famag, Profi HSSG, whole spiral borer machine drill bits. These things are freaking awesome. It's number 1594.819, 1mm to 10mm. They are not inexpensive. They are to be coddled and loved and enjoyed. I'm not even sponsored by these people. Don't think I paid for this box. I'm pretty sure they gave me this box. That was it. I had a really nice Famag drill bit that I'd bought, and I mentioned it in the video, and they sent me this to say thanks. But seriously, I'm actually seriously considering stocking these at Crimson because I love them so much.
Is Talitha alright to keep going?
If you would rather Talitha keeps on
I
going,
don't mind.
you need to ask Talitha. I answered for her because
Are we sort of aiming for 6 o'clock?
we're aiming for as soon as I can stop. It's 4 o'clock now. I've got to route a couple of holes. Actually, it'll be before 6.
Okay. Are you?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. It's just the dogs are going mad and the kids want things. And okay, I will leave you to it. Have fun.
Okay, thank you much, Lick. Okay, so yeah.
Fukami
So
wants
that
to
is
know,
where the end of my fretboard is going to be.
So Fukami said, in quotation marks, I need to figure out what I'm doing. Can we quote Ben on that, or is it a registered trademark?
I'm trying to stop to think for a second. You guys just keep on talking to me. It's Talitha started talking to me, actually.
Fine, think.
You're right. It is a registered trademark. Now, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. I need to push my center line down to the back of the neck, which means I need a set square, or in this case this is an engineer square. And I'm not going to trust that line, not at all. So, yeah, let's measure that. Whoops. So I dropped that. The easiest way is with the Crimson Protractor, which has got a 0 in the middle and measurements that radiate out from that, which is very useful. Put the 0 on what you thought was a center line, and then check, and it's perfectly centered. Woohoo! Now I also need the center line up on here, so I'm going to go and do the same thing on here. And then we join the two. That's all good. Aren't you talking to me anymore, Shalita?
You told me not to.
I'm made of fanning. Okay.
Super chat from Terry.
Terry!
The main problem with these live streams is I miss my old man afternoon naps.
How old are you, Terry? I ask because I want to know at which point I'm allowed to start taking old man afternoon naps because I really, really fancy them. Okay, so I've now marked out my center line. I've darkened it on the guitar itself, so I can lay that out using the center line that's on the neck. I'm absolutely sure that I know where that is. I've got it on the end of the neck, so I can line that up on the front here. And what I'm going to do is grow an extra hand or two.
What time's it for?
Yeah, but it's the clamping process that's the issue. Nope.
Terry Love says I'll be 69 next Monday.
Happy birthday. Next Monday, so a week. Or
Monday after this weekend or Monday after?
Yeah. Either way, I'll probably be doing a live stream at some point, and we'll look forward to saying happy birthday to you on the stream. Deep clamps. There we go. Here's an F clamp. So what I got is F clamp in place. And just
Lisa Harshberger says the reason I can watch is because my parents are taking their old folk naps.
ah, lovely. Okay, so I've now got that center line lining up nicely. I have to check the back and see how that's worked out. And it hasn't. Not at all. So this is where the This is where it gets fiddly, because the whole thing's just moved. Doesn't help that I've got something above my head that's... Okay. I think there's a better way of doing this. Blind luck. Okay.
Terry Love's birthday is Monday the 28th, so Fukami says, nice! We can congratulate Terry during part 4 of another one-day build.
I will be coming back on Monday the 28th, but I warn you that I'm working the whole weekend. I'm working the whole weekend at Crimson headquarters. I'm choking up inside. Can you hear the emotion in my voice? And we'll be absolutely knackered. So it's not going to start at 11 a.m. It'll be starting at 2, and it'll only be running for 3 or 4 hours. It'll be, or not even that necessarily. It'll be a relatively short one, doing something, maybe, if it happens at all. I have to make my mind up on that one. Anyway, it was a little bit fiddly, but I have managed to sort out to match the center line on both the back and the front of this neck. So that bit there, this bit down here, and I know where I am. So at this point, I need to find my pencil. Who knows where it is, but I don't. Now remember, I'm going to be chopping the end off this neck, so this isn't my final neck pocket. I want to see what angle I need to, yeah. Basically, the order of operations is I'm going to make my neck cavity here. I am going to route that out and the pickups, and then I'm going to work out the neck break angle by chopping away the lower section here, finalize the carve at the back, and match the angle at the end of the neck heel with the walls of the pocket, just in the interests of having fun, basically. How are you going to route your neck pocket? How are you going to route your neck pocket without a template? I'm going to make one. But Ben, I thought you hated making templates. I do, desperately. I think they just saw me wink at you, Talitha. Thank you very much.
You cut your arm. How did you do that?
Oh, shed building. That was so hard. Oh.
So rude.
Okay, so that, I mean, literally, that's the edges of my neck template. I'm going to stick these down. The drawer where that line is going to be down on the... Oh, look at that. There's a square for every occasion. This fits just. The clamp's in the way of that one, but it does. Well, that's worked. Cool. Masking tape and super glue? Yes, yes, emphatically.
Jari Schroederus
Ow.
says, Ben, we can hear your inner voice.
If you guys could hear my inner voice, that would be truly scary. I don't know how I cope with it. Anyway.
Fukami says, this isn't a template, it's a Ben plate.
I like that. I can't take responsibility for it. I don't know where I've seen this in the past, but it works very well.
Christopher used to do it with the students in the school.
It is something we've used in the school for a long time.
Gody the roadie. Ben, I know how much you love wiring. Do you want to do my double neck?
If you come down on the weekend and help us sort out Crimson, yeah. Might take me a little while. But anyway. Okay, so I'm just marking this out. So that's two sections of masking tape on that side. Ah no, of course I'm going to flip it over. There we go. So I need to burnish this down a little bit. The last thing I want to have happen is for this to move. So you burnish the tape down, and essentially at that point lateral pressure isn't going to make a blind bit of difference. So there's that one. Some accelerator on there. And making sure it's lined up. We're done. That's one wall.
Paul Needs says, while you're there, those lines are great for sorting out the bridge placement too.
Very good point. Very, very good point. Why did I go with that accent? Okay. Other side.
Terry Love. Damn, he spotted he needed to flip. I was waiting for it to dawn on him.
It dawned.
And Grooving Drums says, Ben, I can hear at least two of your inner voices. The one that makes squirrel sounds and the other one that is humming a Tetris melody.
Yeah, you got me. Okay, so I've got those two done now. I've also got these lines, and that is where I want the end to be. At this point, I can take the neck out. Because I've got a one-time use template in place and good to go. I want to remove that. Basically.
We need to welcome Carol Wood to All That Jazz.
Carol, how are you? Welcome to the, welcome. And thank you for your support. At that particular moment in time, I was both very happy that we had a new supporter and very sad that my tea had gone cold. Mixed emotions. Would you mind texting Tanya and asking her to make me a cup of tea, please? Okay, so I just need a template in the end of here, and this is not going to fit.
Anthony Cunliffe says, in retaliation for getting the Tetris theme tune stuck in my head, now I want to remind you that Baby Shark exists. I'm going to YouTube prison now, aren't I?
It's all good. Speaking of which, I need to just send a message to Bear.
What, are we superimposing your head onto a Baby Shark song?
Hell no. No, he sent me a... Oh, it's not... Oh, my phone's up. Oh, fine, I'll do it later.
What do you need to say? I think he's watching. Never mind.
Okay, so I've got a Telecaster neck template thing from the set that I don't need because I don't. So I'm just going to chop that to size.
Grooving Drums has just joined Cool Beans.
Grooving Drums, you are very cool. Thank you for your support. So I'm just going to chop that off so it fits. It's got a nice square edge. I will never use that myself. In fact, I've got better versions coming soon. So yeah, it's superfluous, shall we say. And this is so much easier than making a custom template. And a traditional custom template. And bear in mind that most of the time, at least for me, my guitars are one-offs. I'm not building the same thing multiple times, and if I am, I'm going to be using the CNC machine. 4. So that's cut to size. I just need to make sure that I've got it lined up properly. I'm not too worried about the corners because the radius of the cutter is going to be bigger than that. So yeah, there we go. Template. If I wasn't talking to you, the whole thing could have been done in a few minutes. Oh no, slipped as I was going down. So a little bit of give in there. But I think it'll be okay. All right, time to tidy up a little bit. Okay.
Looking at the new shed wall.
Don't talk to me about my new shed wall.
It's the old shed wall I'm concerned about.
Yeah, you shush your mouth. Okay.
Super chat from Terry Love.
Mhm.
If I wasn't talking to you, yeah, that's right, blame us. What's going on?
I was just saying that it would have taken me just a couple of minutes to do this job. I wasn't being mean, like Terry.
We've got to welcome Benjamin Bellamy to all that jazz.
Hi, Benjamin. Oh, I had to bend over to get this thing. That's the pain of being old with crap knees after building half a shed, and the joy of somebody else joining the memberships. Thank you very much. So, my neck blank at this point is 40 millimeters deep. I'm going to route a slot at 32. Now there are several different ways to put the angle in the guitar. Most of the time I will do it while I'm routing, and the neck will just be left standard. I've got a huge amount of material here. I'm going to put the angle in on the neck heel rather than the route. So I'm routing a flat cavity, yes, at say 33 millimeters deep, and we'll go from there.
Chat from Mitch, who wants to pick your brains.
All right. Pick away.
I got a rather lovely big TV cabinet thing from someone for very cheap, and made loads of solid heavy flamed mango wood. It got me thinking, fruit wood guitar?
Yes, absolutely. I've used pear before, predominantly in Baroque instruments, but pear is lovely to work with. Yes. It's lovely, lovely, lovely to work. And many fruit woods are delicious to carve as well. Okay. Now, Talitha, I need you to scoot just a little bit so that I can use the spindle drill sander. I meant the pillar drill.
The spindle drill sander, is that a new Triton?
I don't know what's happening anymore. Okay, I just want to remove a little bit of waste here to make it easy and less chippy. Right, so first of all, set the depth stop. I don't want it to go any deeper than that, really, but always double check. Yep, that'll do. Yes, I need some goggles.
Did you ever find your isotunes?
No. But Crimson gave me some cool new goggles. They're not cool. They make me look really weird. But hey. Okay, I'm just going to remove some waste here. always feels like I'm going far too deep. You're in my way now.
There's the other lapel mic. You were looking for it the
I
other day.
was. All right. Yes. Okay, cool. I should have gone to some slightly smaller drill bits, but I'm tired now, so not really necessarily thinking straight. But that'll do. It removes a bunch of the waste, and we're good to go. Now, untangling things. My router of choice is the incredible Triton. Let's sort the depth stop out. I don't think I've got. No. Okay, I need to change router cutters, which is fine because one of my favorite things about this is just how easy it is to change a cutter. Pull the base all the way back, it automatically locks the spindle off, while at the same time locking off the locking a screen in front of the on-off button so you can't turn the machine on.
So everyone in the chat's playing this cool game.
Is it called Take the Mick Out of Ben?
No.
No, if I am not the centre of this thing, then I refuse to be involved.
That's just
I'm joking.
So Anthony Cunliffe suggested this.
Okay.
Let me introduce you all to a game that me and my girlfriend play. The and the game. Basically name every band you can think you can with and the in the band name from memory. Memory only. You're all playing and no one wins. So there are so many.
Oh, Susie Sue and the Banshees.
Yep.
And that's
then-
about it. Because I'm
then they-
suck at remembering names.
Guns and the Roses, so they're changing. And then
Okay.
some of the recent ones are One Day and the Rest of Them Builds. Ben and the Triton Router. Superglue and the masking tape trick.
Okay. So I am struggling. I'm struggling with, but that's fine. Okay. I don't have a 1/4-inch cutter that has a long enough, long enough blade, so I'm going to go for a 3-flute. It's probably a radian, 3-flute radian cutter with a 1/2-inch collet. So I'm going to have to change the collet as well, which is fine because it's that easy. I am sponsored by Triton, but that only happened after I'd been using their tools for a good 7 or 8 years. There we go. Now I'm going to just set the depth stop. Yeah. So I'm basically going to be taking this in one pass, which is not necessarily wise, but hey, this is me doing things in front of hundreds of people. I am going to take it very, very gently. Small passes, gently going around moving the router in the same direction as the cutter, i.e. clockwise. Clockwise. And we'll go from there.
Cody the Roadie says, I was in a band once called Vile Stench and the Septic Tanks.
Cool. Thank you for my tea, Talitha.
I didn't make it, your wife did.
Ah.
Since you don't like my hot drinks.
Okay. Extraction. In. Ear defenders. On.
Eye protection.
And since these are the isotunes aware, I can hear you guys talk. But I'm going to turn that down because I don't want to. And yeah. I'm just going to quickly get to listen to my story.
What, so your phone's finished updating?
I turned the aware off, I can't hear you. What?
So your phone's finished updating?
Push the wrong button. What?
So your phone's finished updating?
My phone has finished updating, yes.
Did you text Bear?
Turning you down now. Okay. Don't really need goggles. Aha! I wasn't plugged in. Do 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 do. Hold on. All right. So I'm really looking forward to what the chat says about that. Do you remember when I said earlier in the build, like 14 days ago, that the neck cavity, the tone chamber might actually be encroaching on the neck pocket? Well, a little bit later, i.e. the next day, I stuffed the control cavity with tissue paper because I didn't want the dust to get into the blue and yellow that we've just done. And the router has just...
Spat.
Well, it just chomped a bunch of tissue paper. And it went everywhere. And it was freaking hilarious. Okay. Yeah, absolutely no damage done. Just, yeah, I'm glad I wore my brown pants. They're green, actually, but anyway.
Ian M, you found the cavity.
Come on then up. Expect the unexpected. Oh, and by the way, I apologise for not muting my microphone right at the beginning of that. It is now muted. That was scary. Okay, now this is not the correct router cutter for the next job, and something tells me that before the next job I should probably take all of that tissue paper out there. So yeah, just while I'm here, let's get this out.
Welcome the big unit to all that jazz.
Hey big unit, welcome.
And a super chat from Robo86.
Hey Robert.
How did you determine the depth of the neck pocket? Did I miss something? It looked like you just dropped in the bit and went buck.
That's pretty much, yeah. No, I measured how much material I had to work with on the neck, which was 40 millimeters, and basically said to myself, I'm not going to need more than 7 or 8 millimeters worth of material removed from the neck in order to get the angle I want. So I routed to about 31, 32 millimeters, because the hole itself is going to be flat. In this case, I'm putting the neck break angle on the neck, just for fun, really. Okay, so that is, yeah. That is not a changed router bit. That is a router bit that somebody just put in, got distracted by somebody else and didn't tighten. I wonder how many of you noticed that. I'm glad I did. Again, when router bits, And the reason I changed that is because the other one was out too deep. I wouldn't have been able to put the router down flat.
Super chat from the big unit.
Hey.
Lunch break here. How's the build going? Going live on Monday?
The build's going okay. I just rewind a little bit. I just pooped myself a little bit. It was funny, I think.
Tissue paper was involved.
Tissue paper was involved. I will be going live on Monday, but probably only for a short amount of... Okay, no. The problem is, if I go live doing what I want to do on this build, it requires a half day or so of filming to get this guitar to the stage where I can go live. I'm not going live on Monday. No live stream on Monday. Sorry. Anyway, so you saw that my template worked all right. That was actually loosened. Actually, it wasn't even the masking tape that was at fault there. It was the shit MDF here. Look at that. Okay. But that is as solid as it goes. And you just lift it off that way and you're safe. There we go. Now, my neck isn't currently going to fit because it's too long, but widthwise, we're good. Okay. Now, let's fish all of that up. This is the slower yet recommended way of doing this. Something ate it all up.
So you're pulling out scraps.
Aha!
Looks like a rat's been in there.
That is, yeah.
Donald's corrected me. Nope, squirrel.
All right. That'll do. That'll do.
Eldridge says, good thing you have all that tissue to clean up after what it cost.
Yeah, that was bloody stupid, really. I should have thought of that.
Nick has another pick your brains question.
Yeah, always.
Flamed mango top, apple body, cherry neck. What should the fretboard be? Any fruit timbers you think might be suited? Maybe walnut, as it's nice on a fruit salad.
Yeah, walnut, actually, now that you mentioned it, would be a fantastic choice. I was going to say pear, but yeah, walnut.
Sacred cable.
Did you just say sapient pearwood?
Yeah.
You did. Okay, cool. Bridge. Pick up. Pick up. And then the other pickup's going over that. Right, now at this stage, let's double check. These are a set of utterly gorgeous House of Tone. Whoa. Tronbuckers. Now, House of Tone donated a set for the build, and I'd ordered the nickel covered, which weren't great. Rephrase: the nickel cover didn't match the hardware that I had, and then Mark Jennings, who joined as a member today, actually donated this set as well. So, yeah, it's all good. Now, I just want to double check. I know the answer already, but that's no excuse. I just want to double check that it fits and is going to do what I expect it to do. There we go. Woohoo!
Super chat from the big unit.
Hey.
I'm gonna cry if you don't go live on Monday. I had to miss both live streams this week because of stupid work. I get to watch on a Monday.
I will see if I can come up with something. Watch this space. I might do a short stream. But I don't know what it would be about. Maybe designing the next build. Yeah. Very carefully lining up the center lines. Now, I'm not sure if this neck one is actually in the right place. In fact, I'm sure it's not. Looking at that. Ooh. Oh, we're so freaking close. In that case, that'll do. We'll just move both of them back. That's where my bridge is. I've got more than enough room for it, so we're good to go. Back over to the pillar drill of awesomeness. And just a tinsy little bit of pre-drilling. Now I don't need to go all that way, but then again this is a hollow guitar and need is not a requirement. Yeah, it's you know, it needs to be lightweight, so let's go. slow speed, gently pressed down into the body, and we're good to go. Template. And again with the masking tape and super glue trick. So I'm going to go get my cameras. They're all pointing somewhere else. So I'm using my pickup line to locate them. It's very important that we don't super glue the template to the top, specifically because we've got a beautiful flamed redwood top here. And then essentially a couple of pieces there that will line up nicely.
Have you spoken about what's happening this weekend? Just because there's a comment from Marcin of the Nuclear Village to say, hey Ben and Talitha, just wanted to let you know that I'll be a little late tomorrow. My first train from Dover is arriving at Dorchester around 11 AM.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in the first place. We really do appreciate your help. And yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting you. So, hold on. Let me just film this properly. Hold on. So, a little bit of super glue, some accelerator, a little bit more accelerator, and then be very careful to line up on the center line and where I want it to go. And we're done. So that is not going anywhere, laterally at least, and we're good to go. Clamp the whole bang chute down to a workbench and start routing. After thinking about PPE, of course.
Super chat from Terry to say, design streams are never short.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I really do need Monday off.
Plus you've got a shed to finish.
Plus I have got to... It's going to be raining minimum Wednesday, maybe Tuesday. I need to get the roof on by then. Alrighty, so this is done. Marcin, Marcin of the Nuclear Village is coming down to volunteer. We have got a bit of a chaotic thing going on. Tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday we are essentially finishing the whole workshop build at Crimson, building a dream studio and drinking beer and eating pizzas and decorating and painting and laying floors, and there's all sorts of stuff going on. It's going to be great. And
not drinking the beer while doing the work. After work.
I think there's probably going to be limited amounts of both of these things. We'll see.
Question before you...
Speaking of which, could you ask Tom if he's got the beer in yet for the weekend? You have a question before I go in here. Let me get my router ready then while you talk.
The Artful Todger says, hey Ben, Crimson product advice, please.
Buy it all.
Stunning stain, then grain filler, or grain filler, then stain?
I mean, it could be either way. It depends on what you're trying to get. Essentially, what I did with Nebula was I stained. I applied the grain filler, wiped it off, leaving as much of it in the grain in the open grain as possible, and then I went after the fact, because there is a certain amount of sanding down to do in order to get rid of the excess grain filler, and then I restained. That's probably your best bet. But yeah, I had lots of debates about that very situation myself in that build. Okay. Okay, so I've set my depth stop as essentially the lowest I can go with this route a bit before the collet starts eating the template, and you don't want the collet to eat the template. You really don't. Let's go for an artful shot. Yeah, so okay, that's there. That's there. Okay, so this time I'm going to remember to turn my microphone off. Extraction. How many people did we drive away?
Well, it's just gone from 371 to 368, so 3.
3. Okay, I could have used a deeper bit, but at that point I just went with it. You're supposed to take smaller cuts if you can help it. I stopped a few times because I was just interested in where the cavities were and what would happen there. But in reality, yeah, we're good. We're golden, even. Except for the fact that that wire is underneath my tripod, which would be a bad... Yeah, not fun.
Camera 3 was apparently blacking out at the end of the router. Says JS Trucking.
Interesting. Yeah, it may well be a... Yeah, that may well be an issue with the wires or something like that. Okay.
Have a biscuit, you're flagging.
Oh, I'm really flagging. I think I want to call it a day at this point. Thank you very much. Looky! Ah! If I'd had just a millimetre more, I would route out the force and a bit holes there, but it's obviously going to disappear and not making... Not make a blind bit of difference. Okay, now if I stop here, that was me stopping.
While you pontificate, welcome PFY guitars to all that jazz.
Pontificated does not mean what you think it means. Welcome who?
PFY guitars.
PFY guitars. Welcome. Thank you for your support. Pontificating is standing at a podium talking to thousands of people. I was contemplating. It's been a long day, it's fine. No, I'm pretty much done. Okay, that's not going to fit in. I don't want to do something as important as figure out the neck break angle on this while at the end of a very long few days and being very tired in any case.
JS Trucking is on my side. He says, alright, smartass, enough of that.
Would you rather spend the rest of your life saying the wrong thing and having more...
Well, you
intelligent
either pontificate or contemplate, so it's a 50-50 chance I'm going to get them mixed up.
I do spend rather a lot of time talking. Anyway, look, we're there. It's 5:15. I am absolutely wiped out. I have finished 99% of the build process. We're there. My main task is sanding and working out the neck break angle and how to put that in. Now I'm going to turn that, I think, into a video that will go on the main channel. I'm then going to sand. I'm going to sand the whole guitar down. I think glue the neck in. I think I'm planning on gluing this neck in, even though one of the walls is gone. I still think that will be strong enough, so we'll see about that. And so yeah, from this point, the live streams on this build are over. You're going to get a video on neck break angles at some point in the future. Talitha, I think the plan is that you and Bear, between you, are going to work on a series of more tutorial-like videos based on this build. So it will be, here is a 10-minute video on putting frets in. 99% of our videos are following me building a guitar from start to finish, not thinking about necessarily the prime focus is this is a day, this is a build, this is it. We're gonna actually take a lot of the routing, for example, and put that into an edit, and that will be, here's what it is routing a guitar. Here is a from several different times in the build, here's some work on inlays, here's some work on frets. So I am certainly going to film a video that will be just leveling, crowning and polishing
Is
frets.
your mic on?
Yes.
Sorry, carry on.
Carry on pontificating. Yeah, there, I completely lost.
Procrastinating.
And procrastinating. But yeah, the real live streams need to carry on now with other stuff happening. I've got a lot of work to do, but I am taking this week off. I'm sorry, whose birthday was it? It's Terry.
Yes, it's Terry's birthday on the 28th, Monday.
Yeah, Terry, I'm so sorry I won't be there for your birthday. I kind of want to do a stream just because it's your birthday. The Terry Love Happy Birthday live stream.
Speaking of, he's just sent a super chat to say, if your brain is done, give up before disaster strikes. Thanks for the stream today.
It's an absolute pleasure, and thank you for being so cool.
And moderating.
And for moderating, yes, we do. We seriously do appreciate the support. Tom, who runs Crimson, just sent me a message saying you can never call it a one-day build ever again. Just check in at the end. Yeah, you're right.
We've had a t-shirt idea from
Oh my god, that smells delicious.
Anthony Cunliffe.
Emma?
So Ben on the front, the one-day build wasn't built in a day.
It's so true. It's so very, very true. Yeah, well look, I'm obviously flagging. If you have any more questions, send them through now. If not, we're going to call it a day. There won't be a stream this Monday. There will be the following Monday where a new project will begin. This guitar is going to be finished. The raffling is finishing on Sunday. And Talitha will need to have a quick look and see how much we've currently raised. The super chats are somewhere like
£361.
Yeah, but between all three streams, the super chat's over £3,000. I'd say off the top of my head, easily. And the raffle is currently raised.
Hello, refreshing. £13,680.
Wow. It's absolutely mind-blowingly cool. So yeah, we've raised a lot of money for Ukraine and or the British Red Cross Ukraine appeal. So it's going to be in and around Ukraine, helping civilians who are being affected by this monstrosity that is currently happening to them. Yeah, thank you very much for your support. My phone's just buzzing. Your phone's buzzing.
Mine's buzzing. Terry Love says, ignore my birthday, I do. And super chat from Vulcan.
Beep.
Ben, you haven't spent 24 hours yet, so it's not a day yet. Thanks for your inspiration and devotion. Cheers.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you very, very much. And yes, I'm going to use that justification. Pick your phone up.
I got my phone.
It's on the bench. Anyway, it's fine.
If you're busy all weekend, what's happening with the normal Sunday live stream?
Oh no, that was... Batteries are charged. That is a good point. Okay, the normal Sunday live stream will now be moved to Monday evening. So Terry, if you're available Monday evening, pop in for for me to sing happy birthday
Sing,
to you.
he said sing.
I said say, I
Hold
said
him to that,
say.
he said sing.
Okay, yeah, so Monday at 8 p.m. will be the standard Luthier's question time that is normally on Sundays. We've got various volunteers coming down to help at Crimson. I am not entirely sure what time we will be finishing on Sunday, but even if that does finish early, it is also Mother's Day, and I should probably at least see my wife. She really doesn't give a rat's ass.
No, but it's Mother's. The kids are meant to do something for her.
Our kids are arseholes. You've all seen it. They're unmitigated, just horrible human beings. They're wonderful people and you bloody know it. I'm so tired. Okay, people.
Bunch of super chats.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, feed me questions. I'm just gonna start rummaging around and tidying up a little bit. I also actually need to prepare some cameras to take to Crimson tomorrow. So there's still work to do.
JS Trucking.
Okay.
Would you rather build a guitar out of plastic or glass?
Glass. Although silicosis is something to worry about.
Anthony Cunliffe sent a super chat to say, I've caused some distractions in the chat today. This is my apology and thank you both for today.
It's a pleasure, thank you very much. And no, it's all... I live for distractions. I honestly, without the constant stuff firing, I feel like I'm going insane. So, yeah, you're helping. It's fine. You are my medications.
Eric Jewell says, I hereby declare March 28th Terry Love Day in Cincinnati.
And the world. Oops, let's not drop that.
Another super chat from JS Trucking.
Okay.
Were you able to get Nordforge to help with the mural?
No. No, but we do have a really cool artist coming.
Disco Stew is panicking. I closed the screen for 5 minutes. Has he stopped?
You're not allowed to close the screen. Here we go. Routed, done, carved, drilled, ready for sanding and adjusting the neck brake angle, which requires thought, and I'm not capable of thought currently. So this is where we're stopping. There will not be a live stream on Monday. There will not be a live stream build on Monday, but I will be doing the normal Sunday evening live stream on Monday evening instead, because Monday is going to be a day off due to the insanity of the weekend. Well, I say day off. I'm lying to all of us, but it is what it is. Yeah.
You do that sometimes.
I do what?
Lie to us.
I lie to
One
myself.
day build?
I lie to myself.
Yeah.
I can do it in one day. I'll tell people that I can do it in one day, and then it's wrong. But anyway, what can you do? Look, seriously, while I'm pulling... So, Talitha, we've got the 80D at headquarters. Do I need to bring the 90D and the M6 Mark II and my R5?
To be safe, probably.
Okay, well, while we're doing that, we can talk to this camera and carry on answering questions, because I'm going to be in here sorting these out anyway, so...
Ghost Gouges the Roadie, I have an idea about the copper rodded guitars. Is it possible to put the 3-way toggle in LP position and run the wiring through the copper rod?
Yes. It would add to the price. It would be a fiddly. That would be very fiddly to do, basically. So it's not ideal. Camera 3, you are disconnected. This is going to be an absolute nightmare to put all back together again. Another reason why I can't do a live stream on Monday, actually.
Masking tape tag all the cables so they go back to the right camera.
I know what cables go where. It's just that the cables, due to, especially on this one, I need to take this tripod with me.
But there's one out there.
Yeah, there's one out there for my R5. Questions, Talitha, do your job.
People ask questions. There's a lot of take care, everyone. Have a great weekend. Have a nice weekend. Good night, everybody. People are leaving.
Don't leave. We're still here.
Gouges the Roadie said, I did think that about the complication of the copper rodded. I just thought it would be a selling point for LP fans.
Yeah, I mean, true. The reality is that so many people like so many different guitars that the position of the switch isn't going to, I don't think, necessarily affect somebody one way or the other. I love this little camera.
Paul Cook says, I know where the cables go. Famous last words.
Well, the beautiful thing is they've all got specific sizes because it doesn't appear to be a standard thing. So this one's got a tiny little micro HDMI.
Bartissimo says, if Ben can't think enough to work on the neck break angle, it's probably not the time for questions.
Oh no, questions are fine. It's the physicality of doing that that's potentially going to scupper me.
Slave to the ink. If you want a multi-laminated neck, is it possible to get the head part to go out at an angle? How hard would that be?
I don't understand your question. So, you know, to angle the headstock so the headstock goes down is no worries, you just make a slightly larger blank. If you want to change the angle of the veneers going through the neck at the headstock, that again is possible just using a scarf joint, actually.
One of the students did that either end of last year or early this year.
And that was something slightly different, but yeah.
Well, the point was that he did the multi-laminate neck and he wanted to match the lines when he did the scarf joint.
Yes. Talitha, would you mind passing me that great big camera bag? So yeah, on top of everything else, we're going to need to sort out SD cards. I'm going to need to bring a computer so that we can wrangle all the footage onto these. So what's that, a terabyte SSD? Okay, that's fine. So that'll have more than enough space, I think. It'll have more than enough space, won't it?
Should do.
Okay, cool.
I'll bring one of mine just in case.
Yeah, please do.
Rodolfo Bittencourt says, thanks for the inspiration. I'm starting to build my second guitar.
Cool.
The top is going to be of...
What's that?
I can't...
Sorry.
Muri Katiara. Muracatiara.
It's fine, I get the gist. I am not good at Latin names for words. So can you Google that, Talitha?
I'll try. Gouges the Roadie wants to know if you will be at the next Yandles woodworking show.
I doubt it. I nearly turned my microphone off because I need to pack the microphone in the thing. I'm so funny.
Someone thinks you are.
Somebody thinks I am. Wait, that was rude. No, I don't think I will. We've got a lot going on in that period. So, yeah, and actually they haven't even asked us this year. They normally phone and say, hey, are you doing it? This year we haven't heard from them, so yeah, I didn't even realise one was going on until the other day when I was at Yandles, and and one of the people there said, oh Ben, I'm assuming you're coming. And I was like, coming to what? I don't know what you're talking about.
This wood is very pretty and comes from the Amazon region of Brazil.
Okay. Paduk? Can you find what else it's called? It sort of looks like Paduk to me.
Trade names, Gonzalo Alves.
Gonzalo
Tiger
Alves,
Wood.
yeah, there we go. I know it well, it's great stuff. What was the question now?
Just do you know it?
Yes, I know it well. Very, very hard, incredibly heavy stuff. Sometimes has phenomenal flaming. Next to my bed right now is a mirror I made in flamed Gonzalo Alves. Yeah, good stuff. Would be great as fretboards, is good as necks, as a body would be very heavy. So chamber it if you're going to do that. But yeah, it's nice wood.
Terry Love.
We love it.
I'm off going to try for a short old man nap. Thanks again all.
Cheers Terry, have a good one mate.
Slave to the Ink.
That's the camera I was looking for, it was in the case the whole time.
Slave to the Ink to elaborate on his earlier question about the laminated neck.
Mm-hmm.
He said, no, I mean like a strat head is already at an angle, but I want the laminate to follow that angle.
I still don't get it. Basically, you're making yourself a neck blank out of multi-laminate wood, and you cut the strat shape out of that wood. So, yeah, it's a piece. It's exactly the same as doing. Unless I'm fundamentally misunderstanding, it's exactly the same as any other way of making a neck. I must be fundamentally misunderstanding.
Oh, Slave to the Ink, following the tuners.
Yeah, okay, no, yes. So, in the same way that you would make a scarf joint going backwards, if you want to follow the line of the tuners, you would have to make a scarf joint going off sideways. So you want to have your wood go straight, and then have an angle going there. You either have to cut it and scarf joint it in, or bend it to that line, both of which, well, the bending would be hard. The cutting's relatively straightforward. But yeah, that's what I'd ended up saying at the end of the first time I answered that question. I think.
I think so. JS Trucking Super Chat.
Hi, JS Trucking.
Do all your cameras run off HDMI cables or are some regular USB?
No, they're all HDMI cables into the ATEM Mini Pro, which is HDMI in, basically.
I just realised all the battery issues we're going to have.
This is why I'm taking the charges.
Good, we're going to have a charging station at Crimson.
Yes.
Cool. Gouges the Roadie says, that's where I met you at Yandles and the first thing you noticed was my watch.
That's, yep. That's me.
Anthony Cunliffe. One last try on the stream. Ben, what's your name for the Crimson Guitars followers? A few good suggestions already. The Distractions was a strong contender, but Crimson Verse or Crimsonians has been suggested.
The Cronies?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never thought of it. I've never once considered giving my fans a nickname. For what it's worth.
The Red Tide.
The Crimson Tide, yeah. Okay. Charges. I need to find any batteries that I have. What are the other suggestions coming in for that?
Oh, it was a lot earlier in the chat. I can't remember.
Oh, okay. I do have a few batteries, to be fair. That's for the M6 Mark II, at least.
Okay.
The R5 uses loads.
Jamie Kramer. Question. Am I weird for being as excited as I am to try Crimson finishing oils for the first time once my order gets here?
No, I think you are exactly as excited as I want you to be. No, that's really cool that you are. I do so appreciate how cool you people are. Aha! That's what I was looking for.
So some more suggestions for the hangers-on.
Followers.
The squirrels. The squirrels.
That's quite good.
The procrastinators.
The procrastinations.
Yep. Eric Jules says Bob is a good name. Call us Bob.
Bob is a good name.
The Murder from Sean Durkin.
Yeah.
Grady the Roadie says Crimsonites. Matt Lang says The Patient Masses. Barry
like
Christian, The One Dayers.
The one days. Okay.
Okay. Question from Fast Swipe.
Hey. What's up?
Then which bits of the guitar do I hold while applying a true oil finish to my set neck? Do I do the body first and the neck later? How do I let it dry safely?
I don't advocate the use of true oil at all. Basically, you put a hook in the ass and hang it up. Is your best bet? Yeah. Now, with true oil, etc., you only really want to do half at a time, so it doesn't matter. But if you have to hold it while it is still wet, I wear gloves. In spite of what true oil tell you, that stuff is full of crap. It is not good for you. Don't apply it with your fingers. Wear a glove, and then I hold a tissue paper in my hand while I'm holding a wet neck. So I'm not, well, it is what it is.
Some more suggestions for the name.
Okay.
Paul Cook says, Life of Brian, you're all individuals. We're all individuals. PFY Guitars, The Unsilent Majority.
That's cool.
Jamie Krokreimer, Long-Term Distraction, #1.
Yeah. I like that. I'm just taking the 90D out.
And George Davis says, Ben already calls us people with capital P.
That's true.
So Crimson People?
It's just the people.
The people.
Okay.
Facepalm.exe just says templates.
UR templates. Okay, so that's currently using, it's a 90D, but it's a fairly shitty lens.
G. Scotty Guernsey says, how about the Benonites?
Oh, that's the lens I'm looking for. And that is something else. No, that's not the lens I'm looking for. Where is that lens gone? Anyway, look, I'm sorry, this can't be that much fun. Yeah, questions.
Ross Manson. You probably get this question a lot, but what's the minimum space / equipment you would say is needed to start building a guitar?
Okay, so my first workshop here, when lockdown 1 happened in the UK, I stopped going to Crimson and immediately built the first shed that I could get a kit for. I'm not particularly I'm not particularly bright, you might have noticed. I'm not particularly good at normal DIY. I could probably figure out how to build a shed from scratch, but I don't want to. So yeah. I bought a shed and it was an 8 by 10 foot. And actually in that space I could build guitars professionally if I needed to. Small bandsaw, router, jigsaw, pillar drill could probably fit in there. And then some hand tools and I could do it. Wouldn't be fun necessarily, but it could be done. Talitha says, yeah, right. Way under her breath. I could still hear it. Okay.
Sean Durkin says, with Terry Love as a mod now, the Love children?
I have 3 children that I love already.
JS tracking the Crimson Scourge.
Maybe, but I like you guys too much to say that. That's mean. Okay. I think we're getting there.
G. Scotty Guernsey says, how long did it take you to master your finger guide when using your pencil? I have never seen more perfect outlines without guides and measures.
Honestly, that's a really straightforward thing. I can't remember not being able to do it. I remember being shown it and going, wow. But then again, I've been drawing my entire life. So, yeah. It comes easily to me. It comes really easily to me. Oh, there's a little jumping spider on my bag. It's been outside. Let's go save that, shall we? Out you go. You don't want to be in here. Fly, little one, fly.
The Crimson Splurge.
The Crimson
Splooge.
No, I'm not even going to repeat that. The Crimson Splurge, I like that. But
That sounds wrong.
no, I say people, and or I say I fans, which it's still amazing to me that there are people who enjoy spending any time with me at all, let alone this much time.
Yeah, I have to get paid to do it.
and go off people, you know, Talitha.
I know, I've been trying for years. JS Trucking says, just check out Wood by Wright, spelled W.
I know them. Him.
He does an explanation on how to perfect the finger guide method.
Well, that, yeah. Yeah. It really is as simple as hold the pencil and don't move your other finger. I don't understand how...
You just need the confidence to do it.
Yeah, I suppose so. Okay, so there's...
So there's tins in the pocket. Do those contain SD cards?
No, I don't think so.
Do you know where all your SD cards are?
Yeah. Bring any others that you have.
I have none. There should be at least 228 gigs at Crimson.
Okay. Well, it is what it is. The only issue I've got is... Yeah. I've got 2 tripods, 3 cameras coming. There's 1 tripod. Oh yeah, I've got the handheld tripod up at the house. I'll pack that as well.
Audio. Is it just going to be camera audio?
Most of them are going to be camera audio. After we finish this, I will pack
Where's the Rode mic?
my lapel mic. I don't have the Rode mic. Every time we've ever tried those, they've ended up dying after like 5 minutes, so don't bother. Anyway, look, this has been going for 6 hours and 50 minutes. Assuming there's no more major questions to do, I would like to say goodbye.
Yeah, there's Crimsonites, the Red Brigade, meant to be, the Crimson King's Court. So
We get sued over that one. Okay, well, look, all of those names. Go on.
sorry, Shane Doherty, never-ending phone calls. I'm back. We're going.
Okay, look, you guys are amazing. Thank you very much for your support. I'm going to go and try and get an evening before this weekend begins. Yeah, go make some sawdust. Have a fantastic weekend. And most importantly, if at all possible, get some guitar building in. Or some sleep. One of the two. It's all fun and games. Alrighty. Yeah, nearly 7 hours in. It still is under 24 hours. And a bunch of that was talking. Technically. I love you guys. Goodbye. Have a fantastic weekend. We're about to sneeze.